watching the numbers of participants clicking steadily upward kind of makes me think of watching your car's odometer on a long trip. I'll just say it's great as always to see the level of public interest and involvement in our meetings. We're at about 3 minutes past the hour, so if everybody's okay with it, I will get things started here in a moment.
Great.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is Friday, the 1st of July, 2022. And yes, July already, a little hard to believe, but it's here. And this is the monthly meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council. And I'm Claire Hall, the chair of the council. And we start off, as always, with public comment. We have 2 people who have signed up in advance for public comment. And after we hear from them, we will provide an opportunity for anyone who is in the virtual room and hasn't signed up for public comment to use the raise hand function on Zoom and ask to be recognized. And again, we ask people to try to limit public comment to 3 minutes per person in the interests of time and opportunity for everyone. So first up, Neil Whitaker.
Hey, my wife's gonna have a question here, kind of representing our household.
Okay, go ahead.
Chairperson and respected members of the committee, our home is next door to an LIHTC property, which shares with our building common walkways, garden space, and a parking lot. As such, we have a shared community of people and a vested interest in the safety and well-being of the tenants at 850 Northeast 81st Avenue. Since its purchase in 2018 by the Aegeon Group and their representative portfolio manager community development partners, we have seen severe degradation of the quality of life next door. From interior inhabitability to an apparent lack of criminal background checks, this property, meant to house artists, low-income folks, and disabled people, has instead been neglected and run like a flop house. A few of us neighbors, including me, have taken it upon ourselves to investigate some of the upsetting activity we can witness in and around the perimeter of the property in an effort to curtail the drug dealing, menacing, assaults, stolen cars, stolen property, and constant trespassing by unauthorized parties. This type of investigation should be up to the owners or building management, guardian management, but they seem to choose apathy over action. Through the process of trying to find anyone with the power to step in for the safety of the tenants in the neighborhood of the Milepost 5 studios, we began communicating our concerns with James Hackett of OHCS. We have organized and sent him abundant details of the abject mismanagement of the building, including multiple instances of apparent failure to properly screen their tenants based on CDP and Guardian's own stated guidelines. One such slip up allowed a man with a level 1 sodomy offense against a minor to live in a building with 2 children. The same such individual has been among the loose collection of violent, aggressive tenants committing numerous crimes in the neighborhood and allowing unauthorized people to enter the building to use and destroy common areas meant for all tenants. This individual is rumored to be recently evicted based on his criminal record. We have warned Mr. Hackett that Guardian Management Group does not appear to be using any kind of screening service. This is evidenced by not only ineligible applicants being offered tenancy, but by the information provided by a Guardian representative regarding the screening service they use. The company allegedly doing the screening has been dissolved for almost a year now. If we can find 3 or 4 tenants and their guests' criminal records with just their first and last names and see that they are ineligible to rent within a low-income, vulnerable community, why is it so hard to screen the tenants at a professional level for Guardian and CDP? Is it because they are taking screening fees but not performing background checks? Mr. Hackett has returned what can only be described as perturbed apathy. Aside from one troubled tenant's record handed to CDP, Guardian, and OCHS on a silver platter, we cannot seem to elicit much concern or action on his part. In fact, it feels at times that he is on the defense in favor of building ownership and management. If James Hackett is unwilling to take action and do a little hard work, please point me to that person right now. you can email their information to busktheLove@gmail.com. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee, I will recognize you.
Thank you, Chair Hall, and thank you for the testimony. I want to invite all of us to refrain from naming staff people by name in the public comment. I think it violates their rights to privacy within the employment. And that kind of criticism could be offered directly to the supervisor or to Director Bell. I'm not asking people not to offer criticism. I'm not asking people not to share it with us. I'm simply asking that within the public space, we not name staff people and offer detailed criticism of their performance. That is something that should be handled within the supervisory relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bell, do you have any thing you'd like to share at this point?
I do. I would suggest, Chair Hall, if we could go through the remainder of the public comment, and then once we get to the space for the directors, I do have quite a few things I'd like to say on this. So I will yield back for now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Emily Ryman.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair Hall. Chair Hall, Director Bell, members of the council, my name is Emily Ryman, and I'm here as CEO of Dev Northwest, which, among other things, is a developer of affordable homeownership projects. And I'm here to express my full support for the proposed market cost offset funds for homeownership development projects that you'll be hearing about later this morning. Our homeownership development projects are obviously facing the same rising materials costs that rental projects are facing, and as a result are facing some of the same budget deficits. But they have the added challenge also of facing the rising mortgage interest rate market. Mortgage interest rates have essentially doubled in a single year, rising about 3 points, which seriously buys down the purchasing power of the low and moderate income families we're trying to reach with these homes. So from a mission perspective, not only can these projects not raise future sales prices in order to offset the rising costs, but we may actually be faced with needing to reduce our future sales prices by tens of thousands of dollars to reach the same low and moderate income families that we could have served a year ago, given the new interest rates that they'll have to take on their mortgages. So I'm here to express support for the proposal and just my huge appreciation to Director Bell, Emma Shea, and the rest of the homeownership team for really hearing the feedback of partners who are trying to get these challenging projects through, proposing this much needed solution and allowing us all to stay on track in our common mission to increase homeownership for low and moderate income families and reduce racial disparities in homeownership in Oregon. So huge thanks, total support, and I will keep my comments brief this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, those are the two people who had signed up in advance for public testimony. And now I will ask if there is anybody in the virtual room who would like to offer up to 3 minutes of public comment, please use the raise hand function now. Are we, oh, looks like I see one raised hand, Cheola.
Yes. Go ahead.
Gust, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hall, council members, and Director Bell. For the few minutes, I'll just speak about the accolades I think are due to Oregon Housing for what your efforts are accomplishing. I was on a call yesterday with a very widely respected land use attorney, and they were speaking about the activity in Oregon for the effort to address the homelessness, and were raving about how successful the programs are. And so I just wanted to pass that along, as you probably hear a lot of the other side of that, the ramifications that spin out of control at times. The amount of good that's being done from my perspective as a developer in Eastern Oregon. My name is Gus Chachis. I apologize for not stating that up front. the amount of good that I see and that folks around the state recognize is tremendous. So I just want to make sure that things are kept in perspective. And I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for the job you're doing. That's all I had.
Thanks very much. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard at this time?
I have no further raised hands, Chair.
All right, then at this point, we will close public comment and jump back to something I neglected at the beginning of the meeting, the roll call of the membership.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFontorum.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Farrell has been excused today for the record. Chair Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Mena.
Here.
And Councilmember Sandoval has been excused today also for the record.
All right. Now's the time on the agenda set aside for the report of the chair. And I just want to mention a couple of things related to today's agenda. You know, in the interests of transparency and accountability, I will note that the original version of this agenda had the 25th and Lincoln project in Lincoln City listed under the Affordable Rental Housing Division as an action item. That has been pulled from today's agenda and will be taken up again at a future date when all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And even though we only have, I'd like to observe that even though we only have a couple of decision items today, we have really what I think will be a lot of interesting, informative, and I think exciting briefings on new initiatives. I mean, the state legislature, our constituents, many other folks keep adding new expectations on us to find ways to serve underserved populations. And I think the agency leadership team and staff continues to rise to those expectations with really remarkable ideas. So can't wait to dig in a couple of minutes. And at this point now, I'll pass things along to our executive director, who I suspect might tell us about our newest appointment to the council, as well as several other things. Director Bell.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, Chair Hall and members of the, excuse me, members of the council. It is good to be in virtual community with you. And again, just much appreciation to each of our council members and of course, members of the public that continue to be in this space with us. It means so much. There are so many things going on around diverse array of housing matters. So I have a handful of things I want to go through, and I will try to make them as brief as I can out of respect for our hefty agenda for today. But first, I want to acknowledge that we have a new council member joining us. It is always exciting to see Team OHCS grow in all aspects. So Sharon Nickelberry-Rogers will be joining, is officially appointed, has a seat. What I want to acknowledge is she is present this morning, and it is great to see her presence here. We will have her in an official voting capacity at the August meeting, and we'll also reserve a few minutes to hear from Ms. Nickelberry-Rogers and to have a more formal introduction where members of the public can hear from her. But I want to certainly just acknowledge that growth, and then also the diverse expertise and fiscal expertise that she brings to this space. And so it feels like an amazing gift to have that level of expertise, particularly as we are continuing to ramp up our efforts of production of affordable housing and all matters related to that. So I want to acknowledge that and just ask for a collective galvanization in welcoming Sharon Nickelberry-Rogers. I want to acknowledge her in that. I want to pivot really quickly to a couple of business items. So one, I want to just appreciate the testimony, all of the testimony that we heard, but specifically the testimony that we heard from tenants and neighbors both this morning and in previous meetings related to milepost 5. Now, I want to acknowledge that we have some work to do, and it's important to start there. We have some work to do collectively within OHCS and with our partners at CDP. I want to make very, very clear, I want this to come across that we hear your concerns and we see you. I want to be very, very affirmatively clear in that is not lost on me as the executive director of this organization, and it is not lost on our team who is working directly with CDP in resolving these matters. We know that from a tenant perspective, for neighbors in that particular area, these are valid concerns. These are concerns that people have. This is about community care, and this is about community concern. And so that is not lost on us, and we hear that clearly. So what I want to do is just provide a little bit of detail and a behind the scenes on some of the conversations that we have been engaging in, and then what I would propose to the chair and to the council is that we reserve some time in the meetings ahead to be able to keep this conversation both transparent and open around the conversations we're having, what is coming from that, what action is coming from that, so that is not lost or buried. And so I would just also invite that. But so to date, let me back up just a little bit. So this obviously is not the first time that we've heard about this property, and our understanding is that this is a project with a long history, and that history spans even before OHCS and CDP involvement. What I want to signal is that there are quite a few structural aspects surrounding the projects that clearly mean that the issues that have been both brought forward to council and the conversations and feedback that we have heard are not going to be solved overnight, and that there are more than a few ongoing efforts that we will remain engaged in to be able to provide substantive updates both to the tenants and the neighbors that have brought this, but then also to the council in this space as well. Now, there have been efforts, I think, from CDP and from Guardian that historically have had a track record of operating affordable housing, and this situation needs some continued work in addressing these specific challenges. Now, since our last meeting, we've continued to engage with both property management of Milepost 5 and the owner. We've been brought up to speed. I've been brought up to speed regarding the efforts to date to mediate with local communities. So some of those engagements and conversations have engaged both the city as well as the community police. And just to give a little bit of texture and specificity, in addition to what we've heard from the tenants and neighbors thus far, is these are issues related to repair. There are issues related to new security contracts that we've been working to put in place to ensure that tenants and neighborhood protections are restored. And then also, just to be really frank, to challenges with staffing and turnover and a new resident services contract involvement, along with building relationships with neighbors that need some attention, just to be really frank around that continued texture. So these issues will not be resolved overnight, but what I want to make sure is coming through clear is, one, there are a number of matters to cure that we are actively working on. And as part of those actions that we're working on, is there needs to be better and more fluid communication between tenants and neighbors around what the actions are, when they can expect those actions, and to make sure that the actions that we put in place, that CDP and Guardian are putting in place, are not satisfied based on our interpretation of satisfied and sufficient, but of the tenants and neighbors as well. So what I would offer Chair Hall is that we would continue to keep this conversation, to keep the actions that we are putting in place, the expectations that we put in place with CDP, that we carve out some time at our monthly meetings just to keep the council apprised of that as well. And then also just to make sure that even between the monthly meetings that there are conversations that we are continuing to engage in, that CDP is continuing to engage in with tenants and neighbors. This shouldn't be the only time that we're having this conversation. This is not where the work happens. The work is happening behind the scenes between meetings. And so I want to just elevate and acknowledge that. Before I go on to my other updates, I want to just pause for a moment and see if there's any response or feedback from the council in terms of carving out some time to keep this particular matter live, or if there's any additional feedback that council members might have in that.
Councilmember Lee.
Chair Hall, thank you, Director Bell, for that update. I appreciate that we are responding as we hear these themes and issues from public comment, because we don't really go into discussion during public comment. Absolutely, we need to keep talking about this, and we need to keep coming forward from to the council. I have two specific questions or thoughts. One is, we talked last month about the ombudsman person position that we directly linked to these types of complaints that we've been getting, so that people know they have a single place and a source to go there. So it'd be helpful to hear how that work is progressing, right? Because that was future work. If it was dependent upon next year's budget, I can't remember. Perhaps we need to think about expediting and moving forward more quickly with that position outside of the budget process, if that's possible. And then the second thought I have is, everyone has good intention. Everyone's trying to do their best. And there is a basic standard of performance that we expect from our contractors and from our projects. And there are many ways in which we ask our developers and our projects to tell us things about their development and their project that isn't simply about MWESB goals, et cetera, et cetera. When we have consistent and continued patterns of complaints, of lack of response as incidents, somehow that information, in my mind, has to be carried forward into the next time we consider a project with the developer and or the property manager that the developer is selected to use. So just in the same ways in which we talk about, is this project furthering racial justice and equity, or is this project, not doing that? I would like to, as we have these projects vetted, know that there's some standard against which staff, the staff evaluators are looking at and speaking with developers and their property managers before we get to this point of having things go wrong and have their complaints. The things that you were listing out, Director Bell, for me, communication with the neighbors, communication with the residents, those are such basic aspects of property management that to have to outline them for people to say we expect that seems a little difficult to me. So as we continue to have, and it's not everyone and it's not every property. However, when we get to the places where we have so many people suffering, we've got to say there's impact into the future, right? We got to fix what's happening now to the degree that we can, because we don't have all of the authority. And we have to take steps to ensure that we're checking it out when these same companies and partners come back to us for another project. So I'd love for us, again, no answer here. I'd love for us to have staff take a look at that, how we might address that as part of an overall strategy, right? I don't want us to do bits and pieces. I want us to say, here's the authority and the role of the department. Here's the authority and role of the council. And thus, here's our overall strategy for addressing from the first level to the last level when these kinds of unfortunate things happen. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that feedback, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. So if there isn't anything else,
just a couple more
okay.
things.
Sure.
I'll make myself brief, but I want to just highlight a couple of things on the federal level that are happening both because they impact and they influence what's happening here across the state. And it sort of serves as a premise as we get into conversations, continued conversations around solutions to address homelessness, the state's obligation, the state's role in that, particularly in supporting communities and facilitating solutions to address homelessness, and then also just sort of the state, the circumstances and conditions around COVID impact production of affordable housing. So I want to just add a couple of things on to that. So at the end of June, the Biden administration announced that they are releasing $322 million, which includes about $54 million set aside for rural communities, specifically for permanent housing, supportive services, and other costs. These are specifically to address investments, coordinated investments to address homelessness. So that first allocation that I mentioned, that $322 million, these are investments that are going to continuum of care programs through grants. And these are to fund activities such as homeless outreach, again, permanent housing, supportive services. But I want to call out that specifically, which is unique and rather new, is that there is a carve out for rural communities. And so I want to just elevate that as part of our conversation when we think about our role, the state's role in addressing homelessness, but then also the intersectionality. So when we talk about advancing racial justice, the needs for Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities that are overrepresented in homelessness, that overlap between serving those communities and rural communities as well. And so I want to just elevate that as part of our intersectionality thinking and approaches. And then also there is within that funding allocation through the Biden administration, there's $43 million to fund what will pencil out to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 3,000 to 4,000 new incremental vouchers. And so these are a separate notice that will go through the public housing authorities, which includes a specific priority to those partners that are investing in comprehensive community solutions to solve homelessness. So these vouchers can serve households that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, but then also, which I think is a really important call out, well, those fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking, and then also veterans and families as well. So again, when we think about the broad array of who's represented and overrepresented in homelessness, I want to just call out that these resources are here, these resources are new, and part of our collective work. And that, and if the council needs any additional information on that, I'm happy to provide some additional detail. And then for the last update, so last week, and I'll try not to nerd out way too much on this, but last week, the Center for Housing Studies at Harvard University, they released their annual report, and I believe it's the State of the Nation of Housing of 2022. And it talks through a number of things related to home ownership, affordable rental housing, and sort of the state of that in a COVID and post-COVID, if you will, environment. And a couple of things I want to call out there is that they are projecting, and obviously this is nationwide, so that the housing market is likely to cool in 2022 as they are projecting higher interest rates settle the home buyer market, and then the increase in construction of new apartments, of course, are hoping to bring some relief to renters. Now, the increase in construction of new apartments, even though, we know that will bring some relief, there's still some collective work that we're all going to have to continue to do in that. But it indicates that the combination of higher interest rates, insufficient housing supply, and then price surges. So when we talk about gas, other basic necessities, food, and other core things that will continue to have a greater impact on lower income households and households of color, especially as funding from emergency support winds down. So when we think about our emergency rental assistance program, our homeownership assistance fund, all of the surge of federal one-time dollars that are coming to an end, it does beg the question of now what? What does that middle ground look like in between, as we know that the impact of COVID is still here. It is still be with many households for quite some time. Now, even though, and we've talked about it here quite a bit, even though pandemic programs like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program have been effective in some markets more than others in keeping households in their homes, there are still consistent investments in affordable housing that are needed. Now, within that report, it says that those investments in affordable housing must also consider demographic shifts. So the majority of current housing supply cannot meet the accessibility needs, particularly for an aging population that cannot withstand the impacts of extreme weather as we think about climate change and the impacts of our collective work. So thinking about our work and thinking about some things on a more granular level, investing in accessibility features. So home modifications and other accessibility risks when we think about those households. I could go on and on with that, but the couple things that I want to just kind of elevate for that as we sort of zoom back and think about sort of the state of affairs of things. One is that those one-time dollars are drying out. They are ending, they are phasing out. And so when we think about our collective work, when we think about our resources, we're going to continue to have to think about ways and strategies that we are going to support individuals and households to remain housed. Both from a fiscal perspective, it is the most prudent, but then also it is also about preventing a heartbreak of having to lose your home in any event of that. So I want to just elevate that for council as we get into some of the conversations that we're going to have today around additional rental assistance programs, and us also as we think about it from a population in need perspective as well. So I think that's it for me, Chair Hall. I will turn it over to you so that we can get into our agenda this morning.
Thanks so much, Executive Director Bell. We'll move on now to the Affordable Rental Housing Division section of the agenda. Natasha Detweiler Dalby, and are you and your team ready to take it for this portion of the meeting?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and Council. I think we have here Ty Dunson-Strain to present our affordable rental housing transactions using 4% credits. So Ty, I'll hand it over to you and I'll screen share the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the Housing Stability Council, Director Bell. Always good to see you folks. For the record, my name is Ty Dunson-Strain, Production Manager, here to present two transactions today. As Chair Hall noted, one transaction, Lincoln City Apartments. There's delays with permitting, so we wanted to shore that piece up before we brought the transaction to you folks for approval. We expect that that transaction will come back next month or the subsequent month at the latest. But today we're here to present two transactions. The first would be 5020 North Interstate project, sponsored by Community Development Partners and Self Enhancement. Self Enhancement is co-developing this with CDP. The project is in Portland. 63 units, a range of affordabilities, includes Metro bond funding, and is subject to the City of Portland's Northeast preference policy to redress historic displacements in in the Black community in Portland. For other notes, the property manager, it's not listed in right, but just for context, the property manager is Guardian property manager, just for the record. And we the MWSB targets, they're working with NAMAC of Oregon, Latino Build, and LMC to further meet the MWSB targets. This project meets two of our equity statewide housing plan goals, and we consider this furthering equity and racial justice as part of the analysis, having self-enhancement as a co-developer to this project. With that, before I can move on to the next transaction or hold for questions, whatever's preferable.
Let's check. Council members, any questions on this project at this time, or shall we have time to move on to the second project? Okay, let's hear from Councilmember Lee first, and then Councilmember Higginbotham.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I just wanted to state for the record that I work for Multnomah County, with whom Self Enhancement Inc. has a contract. I am not involved in any way connected to this project. Thus, I do not believe I have an actual conflict of interest, and in the interest of documentation, wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham.
I just had a question about the property management. So my understanding is Guardian is the same property management company as the Milepost 5 property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so knowing that, and knowing that we do have some questions about some previous projects, are there any precautions or things that we are doing differently to ensure that this particular property is going to be well supported?
Ty, if you want me to I'll step in here briefly, and then you can correct me where I'm wrong.
Sure.
Councilmember Higginbotham, I think it's a great question. I am, Guardian and Community Development Partners has a large and very successful track record of performance, and I think we have confidence in that, are continuing to engage with them to ensure everything is lined up to be successful in 5020 North Interstate, as well as for their continued engagement to solve the really kind of structural and systemic issues that are continuing to plague Milepost 5. And so I think to that end, from a performance perspective, we are, have our, rigidity around the construction process at this point, and then into the compliance and asset management perspective, to be able to make sure that that this is a project that is not going to face those same consequences. I do think there's the difference in kind of conceptually the different approaches to these projects. Milepost 5 was an existing project that had gone through an interesting periods of histories over time. I think we probably would benefit from kind of all understanding all of those different layers and change in that neighborhood, as well as the efforts that they currently are putting into place. They have, I think Director Bell referenced this, but they have secured new security for, detail for the project. They have been working on active mediation. They have launched a new contract for resident services, so are continuing to make headway, and we are now understanding better the rehab needs. And so I think we'll be looking toward making some recommendations around making sure that we can sustain that project. So I think it is absolutely important to recognize that this is a project that is put forth with that same, with both community development partners and Guardian on board, which is also the same partners that are in, that are supporting Milepost 5. But I think I will, just offer for our staff, we feel that there is we have confidence there. And then Assistant Director Franco has some other wisdom to add into the mix there.
Yes, thank you. This is Roberto Franco, Assistant Director of Development Resources. What I would just add to Natasha's thoughts on and a review of this project is also the fact that Self Enhancement Inc. is part of this development. They're part owners, they're part co-developers. That brings an additional different kind of work to make sure that the neighborhood, to make sure that the people living in these units have all the support that they need to really succeed in their housing as well. So this is different. I mean, it's the same developer, understandably, but it's a different structure of this housing that with the participation of Self-Help Inc. It gives us a different level of a guarantee, different level of comfort that the running and operations of the housing will be different as well.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Rogers, your hand's up. I recognize you now.
Yes. I appreciate that the staff has confidence in Guardian's management, but my question is, what is the process to select a property management company to go with the developer?
So process wise, the developer submits as part of their team, and for this project, they received competitive funds from Metro, so they through PHB, so the vetting process started at the local level, and then it gets the department has a list of management agents that we have a list of, and they have to submit a management agent packet. So there's essentially two levels of review, one at the local level and one at the state level. But it is the original selection of that property manager is essentially done by the developer.
Thank you.
Councilmember DeFentorum.
Thank you, Chair Hall. So I think this is an interesting conversation. And I think it's really interesting to me that we're having this level of discussion in a public meeting. I find that very odd. So I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to have a more in-depth conversation, not about specific like management companies, but in general, our expectations for management companies, maybe in a work session. And I know I've raised this before for discussion, when a company says that they have competency, working with like a specific population, how do we know that? I mean, we kind of take, people at their word, and I suppose that's fine to some extent. But when you're talking about our very vulnerable people in the state, I would like to know that there is some level of experience and success when we're awarding competitive funds based on those statements. Thank you.
Chair Hall, may I jump in here just really quickly to add something? Yeah. So I appreciate that comment, and I think that advisement is what I'm hearing, Councilmember DeFentorum. So what I would offer is, so we're going through a number of kind of standard items today that are voting items. In the previous meeting, we did receive feedback, and I think we had some conversation about engaging the council member outside of the monthly meeting in a training session, a refresher session. Maybe that's a better way to frame it. A refresher on matters related to affordable rental housing. And we certainly can integrate some of these very specific components as part of that refresher. I think what would be helpful for us and probably staff is for the moment to sort of disaggregate whether the council has what they need in this moment for these standard business items, and what needs to be sort of addressed as part of a refresher and advisement that council maybe has for us to engage in some of these specific business items around our decision items, just so that we can continue to move business forward and or hear from council if you don't have what you need to make a vote, and what we need to address as part of a refresher education on all of the many components related to affordable rental housing business.
That makes sense to me. How do other council members feel?
Agree.
Okay. So shall we move on to the second project? The Nesteca Ocean Apartments.
Great. So now we have Nesteca Oceans Apartments. It's in Tillamook, sponsored by Greenlight Development and Home First for a total of 46 units. There's a range of affordability. The project meets our equity and racial justice goals. They have an MOU in place with Bienestar and other organizations that are gonna be helping with outreach and resident services. The project has previously been awarded LIFT funds, as well as a market cost offset funds. And the total project cost is about 13 million, and they have engaged several organizations to help them with their MWSB targets. The project meets three statewide housing priority goals: equity and racial justice, affordable rental housing, and rural communities. Complete details are included in the packet. And any questions on this one?
Council? Not seeing any hands up. So at this point, is the council ready to entertain the resolution that would approve funding for these two projects? Would
So
somebody?
moved.
Okay, we've got a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay. And could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, council members. Councilmember DeFantorum,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Good job, everybody, and thanks for the thoughtful council input. Okay, on to the next item now, please. Champion Park. Oh, and I
Great.
should
Hold on.
mention that concludes our decision items today, but a lot more of interest ahead.
I actually, Chair Hall, there are a couple, both Champion Park and the market cost offset
Oh,
affordability
okay, those
term
are
are also
decision items as well.
decisions. Yeah,
My
absolutely.
apologies.
No worries. So to present Champion Park, I have here Martin Jarvis, the state tax credit program analyst. Hand it over to you, Martin.
Thank you, Natasha. Appreciate it. Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members. For the record, my name is Martin Jarvis, State Tax Credits Program Analyst in the Development Resources and Production section of the Affordable Rental Housing Division. I am here to present, to recommend Champion Park Apartments, sponsored by Wish Camper Development Partners, for an allocation of preservation resources. Champion Park Apartments applied for funding through our combined pools open application. This project will preserve 129 units of affordable housing located in Tillamook. This project promotes OHCS's rural development priority, and this project will also provide family-sized units and workforce units. These units are a significant portion of Tillamook County's affordable housing, and they're at risk of loss due to extensive rehabilitation needs, including major building systems, and also a need of health and safety upgrades and energy efficiency updates. Champion Park is an acquisition preservation transaction. The sponsor will be working over the next several months to put into place connections with culturally responsive services, along with other efforts to further equity and racial justice, before returning to the council for approval of 4% LIHTC bond amounts later this year. The sponsors are requesting $4,515,000 in preservation funds. I'm happy to discuss any questions on the materials presented, but otherwise ask you to consider the motion on page 20 of the packet.
Questions from the council? Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thanks, Martin. If we approve this funding today, are we locked in at the 4% when they come back later? Or can we make a different decision about the 4%, particularly for me, depending on their performance in the aspirational aspects of their work related to equity and racial justice? It sounds like we're saying, look, we're not there yet. There's a little bit of time before we get into the 4%. We're going to see some work. Can we make a different decision about the 4%, or are we locked in once we make this decision?
That is an excellent question, Councilmember Lee. I would ask that Natasha help me answer that one.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, what you're approving now are these resources alone. You're not approving any other future financing. And so I think expecting them to raise the bar and engage more is appropriate, and that when we see future requests come through, in particular for this project, would be able to see those there. The idea of solidifying this is giving them the ability to kind of take these first integral steps towards kind of engaging around this project, and getting it into a preservation queue. So I think that order of things is appropriate, and that we can still expect that working towards becomes something different in the future.
Okay, any other council questions or comments? Seeing none, I would appreciate someone offering the motion that's appearing on our screen right now.
Move.
Move.
Oh, I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Now let's have a roll call, please.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember DeFontorum,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thanks. Okay. Next item, please. Market cost offset, affordability term alignment.
Thank you, Chair Hall. And I will actually take this one myself. So as you, we've been engaging in conversation over the last several months around the volatility in costs in terms of construction costs, interest rates, supply chain, all of these confounding challenges for our projects that are in our pipeline and actively under construction. And the legislature in 2022 invested $50 million in resources to add into our kitty of funds to be able to address these specific challenges of cost increases. And I think, and we've have regular reporting. You have an update in your packet this month around how that investment of resources has been going. And I think it's very happy to report that it is rescuing our projects and allowing and enabling them to move forward. And we're also in a place where we are transitioning to funding additional generations, next cohorts of projects, and are really trying to put a concerted lens towards making sure that we are funding projects that won't have future funding gaps. And so I think that's a kind of signaling both to you as well as to our stakeholders watching and following along that our expectation is that we don't need to continue to operate a market cost offset intervention, but that we, knowing the volatility, are looking to have our projects that we are moving forward with funding in new ways, are not setting up another layer where we need to do additional multiple rounds of funding to projects to make them viable. So this request today on for around affordability term alignment, it gets relatively technical, but in general, all of our state gap resources are 9% credit by policy adopted through Housing Stability Council of the past, comes with it a 60-year term of affordability. The exception for that is really exclusively at this point the 4% tax credit when that's used without subsidy, or our Article 11 Q bond funded programs, which is both our permanent supportive housing funds as well as our LIFT development funds. And the reason for that exception for those state resources is described in the memo, and I'll just share the little graphic here on my screen, is that because of the nature of Article 11 Q bond funds, in order to make it meet all of the required tests for the use of those constitutional resources, we need to invest them as a loan. It needs to be a true loan, and it needs to be in first position. And as we worked through kind of navigating these pathways, how we found the most viable path was to put those Q bond funds, the LIFT or the PSH, in with a 30-year term. And then at 30 years, the sponsor is able to choose to extend affordability for an additional 30 years in order to satisfy that loan. That allowed it to meet that true debt path, that test, get us contract consideration for that extension. And so the reason why I'm raising this at this point is that because as we are seeing gaps in LIFT funded projects, we are needing to put resources to address those gaps. If we are putting in our kind of general GHAP, from that 50 million pool and it carries 60 years, it derails that ability for that loan to go in as a true debt and get that satisfaction with the 60 years. And so the request today is in the motion on page 24 is to allow us, when we are intervening through this market cost offset kind of dynamic, to address this critical point in time to make sure that we can keep projects viable, that we are able to align affordability period of resources with the others in them. And so where the projects are already at 60 years affordability, they would go in at 60 years. Where it is this Q bond resources, we would at this point be saying we need those to be going in at 30 years so that we're not upending the entire financial structure of the project and having it start from scratch. And so with that, I'll ask any questions on that. Hopefully I tried to make it clear, but I understand it's also a big question.
Council members. Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thanks. It was a clear explanation, Natasha, so I appreciate that. Do we have any, just even back of the napkin data that says in how many projects will we be increasing to 60 years affordability, and in how many projects will we be potentially lessening the 60-year affordability to come down to 30? I just don't have a sense of the magnitude that we're talking about here.
Right.
You get the need for alignment. That makes total sense. And I want to make sure we don't have any sort of entirely unintended consequences by this matching up of the affordability requirements.
Absolutely. I think it's hard to know what will happen with sponsors in 30 years. And I think we largely expect that the vast majority, I would think upwards of 90% of projects would choose to extend affordability in lieu of wanting to repay essentially all of the resources that went into the project. If they do choose, granted, projects expiring from affordability is problematic for tenants. So I think the idea that the money comes back to us doesn't actually solve that problem. And if that ended up being the situation, we would have the resources back to either be able to reinvest or potentially do something to help bridge that affordability for those tenants. But yeah, structurally, in order for and I guess and the reality is in some markets, some jurisdictions have different affordability requirements of upwards of 60 years. And you'll see in our conversation around the 4% tax credit, we're recommending at this point we increase the 4% to that 60-year affordability as a base expectation now. So I do think there's some risk, surely, but it's not something that is seems out of proportion. Chair Hall, you're muted.
Sorry, that button's been a little touchy lately. Okay, anything else from council on this? And if not, I would encourage someone to make the motion here.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember DeFontorum,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Minna.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Congratulations. And now we're on to a couple of items which I believe are to a degree intertwined, and we're talking about a couple of new initiatives. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more about this information. I'd say the material in the packet whetted my appetite, let's say. Okay, who's leading off here?
Yes, I think I'm going to hand it off to I think Rick Ruzicka and Mitch Hanush to talk through the wonderful acronym of the CARE initiative.
Thank you, Natasha, and Chair Hall, Director Bell, and council members. Mitch and I have worked on the co-location of affordable rental housing and early care education program together for quite some time. And I think we flipped a coin and Mitch is the one going to present today. So Mitch, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Rick. I won, I think is what you're trying to say. Good morning, council members, Chair Hall, Director Bell. My name is Mitch Hanush. I'm a policy analyst with the Planning and Policy section of the Affordable Rental Housing Division. And as Rick said, he and I have been working on this for a while now, but we're here today to present kind of the initial framework for the RFP for co-location of affordable rental housing, early care, and education, as Natasha mentioned, lovingly dubbed the CARE program. So I'll launch into it. As most of you probably remember, several months ago, Rick presented to you on the study that was conducted by the Low Income Investment Fund around co-location and kind of potential models and recommendations for how the state could be able to create a program that encouraged the concept. This presentation is kind of the next step in that process. We've developed sort of an initial framework, and we're hoping to get your feedback before we start kind of the next step in the process, which is actually an RFP. Rick conducted a lot of outreach to legislative members, and we were able to get initial approval from the emergency board for the funding for this program, which we're really excited about. So to take a step back from that, because you've already heard this, I'm gonna go pretty quickly through kind of the background on co-location. and what the concept is and sort of why we're excited about this model. And then I'll dive into the framework a little bit later. So co-location as a concept is generally, the idea is that families experiencing poverty and low-income families in communities of concentrated poverty, the barriers that they face are often beyond just one issue or intervention that to fix. So housing is not the end-all be-all solution for a lot of these families. There are other problems that are able to be addressed through this kind of power of proximity is sort of the term we've been using and other folks have used in the past around co-location. It's an emerging field, but there are examples of other interventions that have used this power of proximity in the past, one such being transit-oriented development, citing housing near transit to allow residents more access to other amenities or cultural centers or services that they might need. Or even permanent supportive housing where tenants are provided access to supportive housing or supportive services on site to their housing. So connecting these kind of interventions is an efficient way for the state and also an effective means for families living in these units to access more of the things that they need to stabilize their lives. In this instance, we're using co-location to discuss making space for childcare, specifically and early learning within residential affordable rental housing developments, which is perhaps an even more new field nationally. There's several states kind of working on this initially, but we're at the forefront, which is exciting. The need is great for both of these interventions. As you all are very familiar with at this point, the need for affordable rental housing is really great. The need for early care and education facilities is also enormous. 36 of the 36 counties in the state are childcare deserts. When it comes to ages 2 and below, 33 of the 36 counties in the state are childcare deserts for ages 5 and below. So the need is dire. The Early Learning Division, who we're working really closely with on this program and worked with closely on the study, has mentioned that finding suitable facilities is often mentioned by providers as the biggest challenge that they face. And that was even prior to the pandemic, which obviously exacerbated a lot of those types of problems with finding space and for small businesses generally. Co-location concepts, also, again, in terms of just sort of efficiency of resources, creates those economies of scale where the state is able to provide resources that are able to take those indirect costs and share them between affordable housing development and also the development of these kind of necessary facilities that early learning providers need to be able to run their business and provide the services that their expertise requires. Currently, there is no dedicated state or federal funding for this type of intervention for ECE operators to utilize that directly supports development of these types of facilities. There are some types of grants that folks can access, but they're really competitive. This is, as I mentioned, a really new and emerging field. We're trying to work with some states that have kind of started this process already and have had a lot of those conversations up front, but Oregon would really be a leader nationally by doing this program up front and really intentionally. Lastly, just to point this out, childcare providers are not development experts, and developers, housing developers, are generally not childcare experts. So this is a really efficient solution by connecting the two kind of expertise areas and helping to provide TA to help bridge those gaps, technical assistance to help bridge those gaps, and providing dollars to make sure that those gaps can get filled if they're financial gaps, essentially. In the study itself, there were a lot of barriers and challenges that were listed, if you'll remember that, and we're excited to have those listed essentially as a checklist or roadmap for us so that we can continue to break those barriers down to try to help more of these types of developments sort of naturally occur. But we think that establishing this incentive program is a really important first step to kind of help prove out the model and sort of begin this process of getting these developments off the ground. So these are just a couple charts from the study. You'll probably remember them. Just thought I'd throw them in just to highlight the need and to especially highlight the need in both rural and very rural parts of the state and for communities of color in the state. The chart on the left is just general population of Oregon under 5, children under 5, and on the right, it's the poverty status of children under age 5. So on the right, you can see that there's a really disproportionate number of children under age 5 who are Black, Indigenous, or people of color who are experiencing poverty, especially in the very rural parts of the state. And on the left, you can see that the population generally of Black, Indigenous, people of color, as well as Hispanic, Latino, are increasing dramatically, 22%, as you can see, of Hispanic children, or of the population of children age 5 and under are identify as Hispanic, Latino, versus the total population, which is 13%. And for BIPOC, generally 24% of the total population identifies as BIPOC, 36% of children age 5 and under identify as BIPOC. So this is an intervention that we feel can really help us really intentionally and directly meet some of our equity and racial justice goals, as well as some of our goals of helping communities in very rural parts of the state at the same time. Okay, so now just to kind of get into the framework a little more and generally sort of next steps. We're very directly following the recommendations in the report. So our next step is to contract or release an RFP, or request for proposals, asking community development financial institutions to come in and respond to how they would establish this program, what their kind of program parameters would be, and how they'd best meet the state's priorities and provide outcomes for the tenants of the affordable housing and the families that are accessing the early care that would be cited in this facility. So after we release the request for proposals, we would, with the early learning division, score those proposals, and then we would award a contract to the CDFI. The CDFI would then be expected to implement this care program and administer and operate kind of the fund that goes along with it. One of the reasons, or there are several reasons we want to contract with the CDFI, which I know Rick also mentioned this, so I'll briefly go through that. But their ability to leverage external resources allows us to take this initial $10 million investment and really multiply it and get more out of it and provide more resources to families in need by leveraging CDFI's relationships with philanthropic organizations, community organizations, other government entities in a way that the state would just have a really hard time doing. That relationship building is also going to be really valuable for elevating program awareness. The stakeholders that are connected to some of these philanthropic groups and community groups that CDFIs might be kind of more closely working with will help kind of spread, I think, the knowledge of this program and help to elevate folks' awareness of it generally. We also expect the CDFI to help set up a matchmaker program where they'll be able to kind of more effectively bridge that gap that OHCS and Early Learning Division are both would have a harder time doing, given that we're both experts in one end of the spectrum. We think they'll be able to kind of bridge that gap between affordable housing developers and ECE providers to continue to create lists essentially that connects affordable housing developers who want to build early learning facilities and ECE providers who are looking to find space generally and be able to connect those two and kind of create a matchmaker type of program. We also are hoping the CDFI will be able to provide technical assistance in those conversations we've had with other states who are standing this up. That technical assistance has been really key to success of these programs, providing that background knowledge to ECE providers and sort of how to expand their business or sustain their business model, and developers on how to kind of build out these really specific spaces that are meant for youth age 5 and under has been really key. And we would need the CDFI, I think, to step up and help us with that. So our actual breakout of the fund, we're expecting the CDFI to create these kind of 3 separate pools of funding. The first half of the initial investment will go towards the low interest loan fund. Essentially, this is establishing a revolving loan pool, and the expectation is that these funds can be used for a wide variety of different purposes, either pre-development, acquisition, new construction, build out costs, really anything associated with the construction of ECE facilities in an affordable housing development. And those funds would be paid back and recycled into this pool to create kind of more of a sustainable investment. 45% of them, the dollars, would go towards a grant pool. Ideally, this is to help kind of fill the gaps that are left from loans, or to help provide providers who, or developers who may not have the ability to take on that much debt with the resources necessary to kind of get over the hump for some of these projects to happen. And lastly, there's also 5% of the resources that would be going towards family childcare, repair and renovation grants. And this is really specifically for in-home units. So folks who are operating childcare out of their unit already, or hope to do so, and either fitting out indoor or outdoor space to make it kind of meet the state standards, or upgrade it so that they can take on more business or kind of do their job better as a childcare provider within their unit. We thought it was really important also on the bottom here, just to call out that we expect 10% of this initial investment to be utilized for program infrastructure. That's a big number, and we acknowledge that. We really want to make sure we get this right, and we want to make sure that they're able to stand this up effectively with the resources that they need. Again, in our initial conversations, this was huge, and getting it right up front really set the whole program up for success and set the pipeline up for success in the future. Establishing that technical assistance, doing that initial outreach and making those community connections, creating those reporting systems that allow us to track outcomes and really evaluate progress and make changes as necessary, all takes resources. And since this is kind of an emerging field, a lot of it's happening from scratch. And I think we just want to be really upfront about this investment in kind of the program success happening early on, which might take the program longer in the long run to kind of get going and established, but we feel will allow it kind of that real foundation for success in the future. Also, in addition to kind of those breakouts, these are some of the expectations that we'll have in our RFP for folks to respond to. So these are all areas that are mandatory priorities for folks to be thinking about in the actual projects that they're selecting. We're going to leave these open-ended generally with minimum baseline expectations for each to see how CDFIs respond to how they would really directly reach each of these targets. We're really interested specifically in how they're intending to spread this statewide and reach communities in all parts of the state, and also how they're intentionally going to reach BIPOC families and other kind of communities of color statewide that need the resources. As shown earlier, those were 2 of the populations with the greatest need identified in the study. And so we really want to make sure that the CDFIs are intentionally reaching both of those populations effectively. And that full list is in your memo if you want to go through that. So next steps, will be back here next month with another presentation to kind of finalize the framework and details and incorporate any feedback that you have today, as well as continue to conduct our outreach in that the coming month. We're working with local government entities like Preschool for All and other statewide organizations to kind of fine tune some of our criteria before the RFP goes out. And then we'll begin work on the RFP after approval, release that, get the RFPs back, review and score. We're hoping that we can have an awarded contract this winter with the dream of being the launch of this program early next year, and hopefully standing it up while kind of our NOFAs are kind of launching next year would be the ideal dream, so that we can connect those resources really intentionally if possible. So yeah, that's the presentation. We do have a couple questions for you. I'm also happy to kind of go through any of the things I've talked about already, or clarify anything if you need it. But these questions have kind of arisen in our initial conversations around the RFP specifically. I'll read them, I guess. With our initial $10 million investment, which we deem as a proof of concept pilot program, it will be difficult for us to mandate geographic diversity. Since the resources are not adequate to serve all communities, does Housing Stability Council recommend avoiding geographic targets altogether, or are there some base expectations for urban-rural coverage that should be included in the RFP? And I do want to flag, as I mentioned, in the program parameters, geographic considerations are absolutely going to be a part of our selection criteria for the CDFI. This is more about this initial $10 million investment. We're hoping that further leverage of funds and potential investment from the legislature will lead to this becoming a really broad-based statewide program, and that's going to be important for us in the selection of the RFP. This is more about this kind of very initial $10 million investment that we know is not going to be able to kind of serve all communities in the state up front. Second question, the Affordable Rental Housing Division does not typically provide grants and loans through a third-party administrator like a CDFI. In addition to standardized reports on loan amounts, location, partners, et cetera, sort of all the program parameters that we brought up, we also believe asking them to document why projects don't move forward is important to track. I think this will be really critical too, with sort of those barriers that were in the study and aligning them with some projects that aren't moving forward, so we can identify which are kind of priority areas for us to try to break down. Beyond those, I guess, are there any other performance indicators that we should be requesting our contractor to monitor that y'all have in mind? I think that's all I've got, so would open it up for questions.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here first, and just why I was so delighted to find this in the packet today. I'm just a personal story for my community, and I imagine a lot of you on this call have similar stories. I'm on the executive board of the nonprofit that operates Head Start in Lincoln County. Our Newport site is on a full city block right in the heart of the city, and the Head Start facility, parking and play area take up one half of the block. The other half has never been developed, and about 4 or 5 years ago, I pulled together a group, and the concept we wanted to explore was building on the other half of the block a facility that had childcare for older children on the ground floor, and then at least a couple of levels of affordable apartments above, but we could not get that off the ground. And it sounds like, tell me if I'm correct or not, that this would be the kind of building block that would be available for a project like I've described.
Absolutely. I think that's something we heard a lot and was identified in the study, is that these projects are hard to get off the ground right now. And there's a lot of barriers out there for folks who want to do this type of work. It's definitely not a new idea, and there's a need in communities across the state, as mentioned. And we really think that this initial investment program will help bridge that gap and get some of these projects built. But as I mentioned, there's a lot of work to do on our end and other agencies statewide to kind of break down some of those barriers to allow more of these projects to happen. But this is a good first start, I think, a good first step.
I agree. Yeah, and on the allocation of the initial $10 million, I think it really would be valuable if we made sure there was some kind of split between urban and rural funding, just to show that this is the kind of tool that can be used in communities of any size. And, you know, I know we have legislators, advocates, others statewide. You know, one of the endless refrains we hear is this isn't just a valley need, it's a statewide need. So my own view is that it would be really beneficial to make sure there's some geographic diversity in the first projects. Councilmember Higginbotham. I'm recognizing you.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Mitch and Rick for presenting this. This is really exciting news. We've been trying to do this co-location for many years and have run up against a lot of barriers in getting it done. So it's really awesome to me that we've got the ability to do a pilot. So thank you for bringing this information forward. Secondly, I want to echo Chair Hall's words about geographic equity. I think you'll find that there are projects that are currently in your pipeline for rural areas that will meet this requirement. So I would encourage you to look at those. And, you know, I just think it's really important. The difference between metro and rural is severe in some cases, but they're both very important. So I would definitely like to see that geographic equity maintained. I also, on the second question, I do think it's important that we track why projects don't move forward. I think we can learn a lot from that. And I think the folks that are submitting information, if they can get their hands on that information, I think it's really important for us to know and to understand a little bit more about why projects aren't meeting, especially in a pilot mode. I just think it's valuable information. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I've got a couple of comments, none of which I think need responding to, but I want to get them into the pipeline for staff to think about. The first is I want to acknowledge the use of the language very rural communities. We've had a lot of conversation over the time about what do we use instead of language that maybe isn't in alignment with our values. So I don't know if that was intentional or not. I noticed it and I appreciated it. So I just wanted to lift that up. Secondly, I very much support this project. I think it's absolutely the right direction to go. And my question to myself every time is, how are we linking and layering these new initiatives with existing initiatives? So for instance, what are the opportunities as we look at development or supporting these new types of development for there to be an aspect of asset building linked in for the residents who are going to come into this housing or the business operators who are going to come into this housing, right? Can we link this into the individual development count project? Can we link this into some of the asset building that the community action agencies are doing? Thinking about this as standalone without thinking about where are we helping families and businesses who are on the margins or living on a low income be able to build assets as a result of participating in housing that we have supported is an important question for us to ask. Towards that end, I actually would propose, because $10 million in the world of development isn't anything, right? We could put it to one project and it wouldn't even begin to touch the needs that a developer and a project manager might have. I would be very interested and support exclusively saying that this was in rural and very rural areas for this pilot. Because I think as we learn what can and cannot be done in rural and very rural areas, we learn lessons that are appropriate and helpful for the entire state. So I might say with this small amount of investment, we focus explicitly and entirely in rural and very rural areas. And when you look at the data that you shared, Mitch, it supports that. Now, my one caveat is we have often got into conundrums where we pit racial justice and equity against rural and very rural communities. And this idea that the two cannot coexist, we all know is not accurate. So with a focus that is solely in rural and very rural communities, we cannot let in any way, shape, or form up our commitment to racial justice and equity. And in fact, I might say that given some of the data, again, that you showed, Mitch, that we maybe look really specifically at relationships with our tribal nations. The tribal nations have their own analysis. They have their own projects. They have, most of those tribal nations are located in rural or very rural areas, not all. Again, I think we have this small of a resource, focusing and not trying to be everything to everyone is a critical thing to do. That intersectionality of racism, racial justice, geographic location, population focus, all of those things should be intersected, not sequential, right? So if we can get one here, we can't get it there. That is my deep recommendation for these dollars, that they come with a really articulate intersectionality. Another place I think about is the money and the resource that we talked about last month with the fire recovery dollars. There is a lot of development and a lot of resources, much, much more resources than this pot of money. And can these policy targets and agendas be leveraged onto some of those projects where they are appropriate? These are projects in rural areas. These are projects where people of color live and work. These are projects where families with children live and work. Again, where are we leveraging and linking our various projects and policy agendas? Is it explicit in the procurement document that the CDFI must bring additional leverage dollars to the 10 million? If it's not, I would make that a requirement, and I would not consider proposals from CDFI that don't contain that. It's not simply enough to be aspirational. If one of the major reasons we're putting these funds at a CDFI is that they have the ability to leverage, then I think we need to articulate an expectation. Finally, in terms of the breakdown of the $10 million, I would encourage us to take all of that out. Because this is experimental, because it's new, we don't know yet. We're making an educated guess, and it's an educated guess, but we don't know what people most need. I would really encourage us to put the call out there based on the project priorities and the project boundaries and the project requirements, and see what we get in. Maybe we get in requests for interest and need in current projects that are more than 50% in this area and less than 45%, right? So let's not lock ourselves in first. Let's say, here's what we're trying to do with these dollars. Here's where we're trying to go. We're trying to leverage the early childhood side and the development side for the, in service to low-income Oregonians who are living on a low income in predominantly rural, very rural areas who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. See what we get, right? We might be surprised by what we get. And because it's a new initiative and the amount is so small relatively, we're not running a big risk here. And I would just take off as many of those kinds of more artificial constrictions or restrictions of the money there. Or I would say, again, as I said earlier, focus on a single agenda, right? So maybe these dollars are really going to focus with tribal nations and tribal communities living and working in rural areas, right? In that sense, then you've taken off the slicing and dicing within the pool, and you're simply saying this pool is going to go here. Or we say in rural areas and limit the rural areas because we can't serve the entire rural state, right? So I would just say there's still some titrating to do between what's tight and described and what's loose and open in order to get the most information possible. And I'm thrilled about this. I support the use of the CDFI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lee. Any other council feedback at this time? Thoughts on, especially on the input questions on the screen? Councilmember Mena. You're up.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I love the program. I think it's a great pilot, much needed, and obviously $10 million isn't go far at all. I would like to kind of go the opposite way as Councilmember Lee in terms of location. I think I would like to keep it open, just because you know, the opportunities are there, and let's just not close it off into one area. I understand the need in the rural areas and definitely the need in urban areas. This is a need statewide, and so I would like to see it open and restricted to the specific area, at least for this pilot.
Anything else from the council at this time? Okay, I think we are ready to move on to the next item.
Great. Thank you, Chair Hall, Council. So to present the next strategy here, which is acquisition of naturally occurring affordable housing, or Anoa, we have Mitch and Trinity to present here from our policy team.
Hi all, I'm doing this one as well. My name, again, for the record, is Mitch Hanush. I'm a policy analyst with the Affordable Rental Housing Division for the Planning and Policy section, presenting today for the acquisition of naturally occurring affordable housing pilot. And I'll be presenting this, as Natasha mentioned, with my colleague Trinity Kerr, who I'll let introduce herself to.
Hello, everyone. My name is Trinity Kerr, and I'm also a operations and policy analyst in the planning and policy section of ARH.
Okay, so I'll just dive into this. So just for some background, this is a concept that was born in the 2019 legislative session, or slightly before, based on a model from the Greater Minnesota Housing Funds, kind of NOAA Impact Fund, which is a program that provides down payment assistance essentially for folks who are attempting to acquire naturally occurring affordable housing in communities. So this funding was passed in Oregon in 2019 for a pilot program. We began work on it, did some initial outreach, and then 2020 happened. A lot of the emergencies really were flagged for kind of emergency resources and whatever was available. This program was put on kind of the back burner and eventually dropped off the back burner to reallocate those resources to those emergencies that were happening. In 2021, however, the idea was revived through HB 5006, which provided OHCS with $30 million, both for the acquisition of land, as well as the acquisition of naturally occurring affordable housing. 20 million of those dollars went into our land acquisition program, and we are allocating $10 million of that to kind of revive this concept for the acquisition of naturally occurring affordable housing, which we are deeming Anoa as this program's acronym, to create this pilot program. So we're bringing this to you today, very similar, as Chair Hall alluded to early on, very similar concepts to the CARE program that we just presented on. We intend to begin work on a request for proposals for this program as well, to contract with a CDFI to help us administer and implement the program. And we really want your initial feedback on this initial draft program framework before we really get too deep in the weeds on development of the RFP. So just to take a quick step back and just define what is Anoa, a naturally occurring affordable housing stock. It sort of is exactly what it sounds like, where the affordable housing is not occurring as a result of federal subsidies or deed restrictions or any requirements placed on the property. It's market forces that are driving rents down to a level that is affordable, typically between 60 and 120% of area median income. It's far and away, by several orders of magnitude, the most common affordable housing in the United States. There's just far more of this than public resources are able to finance or maintain. Because it is market housing, and the market has seen it kind of allow for lower rents. Typically, this results as is the result of it being older housing. Oftentimes it lacks modern amenities. Sometimes it has some pretty severe deferred maintenance connected to it. It's generally workforce housing, and typically, again, it by definition does not have any federal subsidies or deed restrictions on either rent or incomes of tenants. It's a pretty popular private sector investment class. It has extremely low vacancy because the need for housing is so dire, and the rents are lower. It tends to have low vacancy at 5% or below across the country, and in Oregon it's no different. And so it's a pretty reasonable and risk-averse investment for folks, and typically has been pretty stable as a result of that. However, in the last decade, and only worsening in the last several years, with rapidly increasing rents and severe gentrification in certain neighborhoods, that investment now is balanced with the investment of people who are prospecting and attempting to upscale properties. So taking that investment class C property and either bulldozing it and creating new housing that's luxury apartments, or gutting and rehabbing and turning them into unaffordable apartment complexes, which is creating a bit of a crisis in those neighborhoods as this kind of natural and unprotected affordable housing stock is kind of disappearing. So the goal of this program, again, modeled after that Greater Minnesota Housing Fund, is sort of an emergency intervention. The idea is the program would allow the CDFI, who is administering this program, to provide resources to allow mission-driven nonprofits or for-profits or government entities or public housing authorities to acquire properties in these neighborhoods that are actively gentrifying or at risk of gentrifying or potentially have already gentrified. The idea is get in there and provide some emergency support for those tenants currently living there, and prevent displacement of tenants in those units, connected to affordability restrictions and also a certain time period that we're expecting those properties to remain affordable for. We see that as important, not just for the tenants that are currently living in the units to prevent displacement of those tenants, but also to maintain those affordable options in those gentrifying areas. Gentrification often means a lot of things in neighborhoods that are negative. It also means more services and amenities are coming into neighborhoods oftentimes. And we feel the ability to maintain those NOAs and affordable options in those areas also allows people the option to have that housing choice and potentially move into this neighborhood that they previously were unable to after these tenants have moved out. It also allows us to stabilize properties. Oftentimes, as I mentioned before, these properties have a lot of deferred maintenance and sometimes have been really mismanaged or unmaintained for a long time. This allows us to kind of provide not just that initial acquisition fund, but there is a set aside resources for each property that gets acquired through this program to do some light touch rehabilitation, and particularly around core health and safety needs. Importantly to mention, though, I think, is that this is not enough funding to do kind of a full-fledged rehabilitation program. This is really immediate and necessary rehabilitation to stabilize the property. It's not going to be a full-fledged rehab where the property is gutted and turned into kind of what frankly our agency is familiar with really high quality units. These will remain NOAs, but we'll hopefully have enough funds to mitigate any of those concerns of health and safety needs. Also, additionally, similar to the CARE program, we expect the CDFI to leverage these $10 million with other private or philanthropic funds to create a revolving loan program. And the idea being that as funds come back in after that initial acquisition, they will be recycled into this program and create more of a sustainable resource that'll allow us to really get more bang for our buck as the state. I'll quickly go through this because a lot of it's, again, really similar to the CARE program, but The CDFI we see as a valuable entity to work with on this because they have kind of that positionality that we don't as a state agency, where they're able to take that $10 million of funding from the legislature and really multiply it through leveraging private and philanthropic funds. They also kind of have better positionality in terms of their relationships with both affordable and market housing investors. We work with some investors who acquire properties, but it is sort of a class of folks in an industry that we're slightly less familiar with, particularly on the market housing side. We also are interested in working with the CDFI over other entities because by definition, they're committed to supporting investments in underserved and historically marginalized neighborhoods. This often manifests as low-income neighborhoods and communities of color throughout the state. As we all know, a lot of the damage that has come from gentrification has been to communities of color statewide. And we feel like this could be, if targeted correctly, a really important equity investment throughout the state to help kind of achieve some equity goals by stabilizing some communities of color that are at risk of displacement in those gentrifying neighborhoods. And we think a CDFI is well positioned to kind of identify those neighborhoods up front and support kind of our state agency goals as well as their goals as well. CDFIs also are able to take on greater risk when making loans than sort of a typical market lender and are usually able to offer better terms. This is really critical just to allow these mission-driven nonprofits and for-profits to compete. It's a really, really hot market right now. And to be able to work quickly enough and also compete financially with these properties that go for sale, it's going to be really critical for these investors to be able to acquire kind of a financial product that is maybe more competitive than you could just find on the open market. And CDFIs are better positioned to be able to make those deals with these organizations. And similar to the CARE program as well, we would expect the CDFI to administer this program entirely, develop and manage the fund while importantly reporting to us on outcomes and making sure that we have a feedback loop. And we also would expect them to match make in this program as well, working with investors that they have relationships, but also kind of keeping a pipeline of NOAA properties and working with community to ensure that NOAA properties that are potentially for sale or at risk of displacement or in any way are on their radar so they can kind of work to connect investors to those properties. And okay, so yeah, now we'll move into the framework and I'll let Trinity take it from here. Thanks, Trinity.
Yeah, so I'm going to begin talking about the proposed framework. But before I do that, I just want to make a couple of points. So first, everything in the next couple of slides you're going to see is based on the Greater Minnesota Housing Fund, as Mitch has mentioned. And they were able to launch a successful NOAA Impact Fund in 2017. There's a link in the memo or in the packet on page 33. That will give you more information about that NOAA Impact Fund, but we also have more about the design of the fund and some case studies. If you're interested, please let us know. And then the second part is that we are looking for CDFI to offer their proposed model through this RFP, meaning that we would like them to be creative. So while we have targets or have proposed targets here, if those targets could be different, we would want to allow CDFIs to have the flexibility to do that. So with that, I'll talk about the use of the Anoa funds. So the Anoa funds would provide 90% of the equity investment or the down payment on a property, with some amount of money being able to do light touch rehabilitation. And then the conventional loan or a conventional loan would cover between 70 and 85% of the loan to value. These Anoa loans would be paid back at some time in the future. Based on the Greater Minnesota Housing Fund, we've targeted about 10 years with some flexibility. And then as these loans get repaid, they would replenish the Anoa program resources, acting as that revolving loan. So use of these funds requires affordability restrictions of 15 years. We targeted 15 years. And at the end of the 15 years, owners of these properties can sell, keep, or upscale these properties. Next slide, Mitch. Thanks. So here are some of the criteria and preferences that we've laid out for the RFP, and I've put them into 3 categories. So program targets are really related to the design of the program and the fund, and then property characteristic targets are related to the physical description of the property. And then preferences are those things that we thought that went above and beyond that we would want to hear about from the CDFI that we didn't necessarily want to put in the program targets, so we didn't limit the ability to save units. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but I'll go through a couple of them. So for program targets, as mentioned, we would want affordability of at least 15 years. And this is supposed to be an anti-displacement tool, so there would be no restrictions on incomes upon acquisition of a property. But as the units turned over, then we would require rents be affordable between 60 to 120% AMI. For property characteristics, as already mentioned, we're looking for properties at risk of displacement and in gentrifying or high opportunity areas, and these properties can't have federal or public subsidies. For some preferences, we would love to hear how we could focus on lower AMI below 60%, how we can serve communities of color and other underserved populations, and then if there could be some type of strategy for preserving the affordability at the sunset of this 15 years, that would also be excellent. Next slide. So we have had conversations with the Greater Minnesota Housing Fund, mainly to get an idea of how they set up their funds and designed it, and also what their challenges and successes have been. And then we have reached out to several CDFIs really to help us, guide the writing of the RFP and ensure that we have it set up structurally so they can give the best proposals. We're here today, as you know, to get feedback. You're sort of the last stop here on this feedback train. We'll begin writing the RFP, I think, next week. And then we'll come back next month for approval for this framework, with the idea and goal of releasing the RFP at the end of August or early September. And also potentially with the CARE program, as you have seen, they are aligned in many ways with the solicitation of the CDFI, but the thought was it could be great if maybe we could get one CDFI to administer both programs. Next slide. So my questions to the council are, and of course, let us know if you have any clarification needed. The first question is, Anoa is fundamentally different than our other ARH programs in that the goal is to preserve housing that does not have affordability restrictions, so market housing. So what does success look like for Anoa? Is it the number of units preserved at a certain AMI, location of units, protection of communities of color from being displaced, all, some, or some things we're not thinking of? And then the second question is, this program will likely limit the affordability of properties for 15 years, as you've heard. Considering the age and quality of the targeted properties, does a 15-year affordability restriction sound like a reasonable amount of time? And if you have any concerns about when the affordability restrictions sunset. So with that, thanks.
My apologies there with the squeaky button. Anyway, Councilmember Mena, we'll let you start off with council feedback.
Again, this is much in the program, great structure. I wanted to respond to the second question. 15 years, I think, is too short. I would like to see if there's possibility of looking at 30-year restriction, because that mirrors mostly with blending programs, but also just less of a turnover. And my concern with private developers and having this very, very favorable funding is that after 15 years, the market is much different and there's a propensity to cash in on that investment. So thank you. Great program.
Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I will second Councilmember Mena's comment about the 15 years, way too low, sets us outside of the framework we just set up in the earlier conversation. So I think it's, again, I know these aren't the same programs, and yet we're all talking about the same kinds of situations where we have to go in order to protect a current property, current residents, current situations from being turned from affordability into market rates. So alignment as much as possible should be considered here. The second piece is, and I will say this is likely due to my ignorance, I'm not sure why we need this specific special program separate from everything else we've been talking about in terms of preservation, affordability, and intervening when these moments come up in the life cycle of a project. I accept that staff think that this is where we need to go, and so that's helpful. It would be really helpful for me to just see an overall understanding of, here are all the preservation strategies and resources we have. Here's when this one gets, uploaded because we need to act in this way. Here's when this one doesn't. Here's when this one does. Even as I think about the market cost offset, we're talking about a situation where a project is about to lose affordability and potentially go to market. That's a cycle that happens all of the time for us. And what is our overall strategy? If this is one tool in the toolbox, I think that that's great. It would be helpful for me to understand how it relates to every other tool in the preservation toolbox, right? In terms of my own self-education about that. I again want to raise that when we do these things, I want us to very seriously and intentionally look at the opportunities for asset building for the residents in these buildings, right? There are all sorts of programs that around how renters can build equity, how people who don't own homes can participate in the growing of the benefit because of the owning of the property, and renters need to be able to have a pathway to build assets. That's not necessarily a pathway to home ownership, right? Because not everyone can and should own homes. However, the benefit of the rent being paid should not only accrue to the developer. It should also be, the asset building should also give an opportunity for the residents to participate in it. We have a bunch of examples of what that looks like. And every time we are having this conversation about stepping in, paying a private developer in this case to give us the privilege of being able to maintain this at affordability, needs to come with an overt and an intention to share that windfall that the developer is getting in order to make sure that the residents get it as well. And finally, I want to say with both this project and the CARES project, the data that we're looking at, the values that we've espoused in the statewide housing plan are not adequately represented in any of this documentation specifically related to racial justice and equity. It's listed in a laundry list. It's in the middle of the laundry list. It is not pulled out and said, this is our #1 concern. And in this moment, for these exceptional situations of which we only have $10 million of resource, it must be centered, right? We talk a lot about that, and it must be explicitly lifted up. So in both of these situations, we've got a lot more work to do to lift up our racial justice and equity agendas, even as we look at intersectionality and geographic diversity and all of our other policy issues. That has got to be front and center, because when it's not, despite all of our best intentions, it just doesn't happen. So a priority for properties where there are majority of Black, Indigenous, and people of color households, or a priority for neighborhoods where Black, Indigenous, and people of color live, or partnerships with tribal nations in rural areas, or partnerships with Latinx communities in the disaster fire recovery relief programs. All of those things need to be intersected with the centering of our values for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. More council feedback? Okay, hearing none. Oh, Councilmember DeFontorum. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. A little slow with raising my hand. Yeah, I just want to speak in support of Mary Lee's comments. As I'm reading this and listening to it and really trying to center where I fall on this and how I feel and what I think about it, I keep having like this kind of gut check reaction that we are somehow well-intended, of course, but maybe creating an incentive program for developers that doesn't really balance with the needs and prosperity of community members. And so I think those were really spot on comments, Mary. Thank you for that.
Okay, anyone else right now? So I hope the council has been able to provide you with some useful feedback, and again, next steps, if we could review those.
Yeah, I think so. That's, definitely appreciate all of the feedback. I think we have a list of things to work on here, and we'll be bringing both the Anoa program and the CARE program back next month for approval with some fine-tuned strategies and kind of next steps to actually begin the RFP process for these CDFIs. But yeah, this was just an introduction, and we really value and appreciate your feedback. And we'll take it into consideration and come back to you hopefully with improved products going forward.
Thanks so much. Let's see, Natasha, next we're rolling into LIHTC and private activity bond framework introduction.
Absolutely. And thank you, Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell, Natasha Detweiler-Davy, Interim Director of Affordable Rental Housing. And you're probably wondering, why did we say introduction? We've been talking about this every month for months all year long. And so I think this is where we're trying to really do a pivot toward making the next steps into reopening our 4% program. We provided a lot of information in our memo, including a recorded presentation so that you could consume it at your own speed and have it there to help walk you through. So I think for an effort of time, we're really hoping to focus in on feedback today in this conversation versus doing another reprise of the presentation. So just to kind of orient us though, first, the goal here is to reopen our program, to support development statewide, to use our resources that we have access to leverage, to make sure there's the broadest reach, to make sure that we can further our policy and production goals, and really embed clear accountability. So today we're going to be focusing on getting council's key feedback on our programmatic questions, and with the idea that we've come back in August after doing some additional stakeholder engagement, asking you to kind of approve our programmatic recommendation. That won't be the last stop. That will just essentially trigger us into implementing into our qualified allocation plan, which is the formal document that guides all of these for the low-income housing tax credits. And so, you know, over the last several months, we've been talking about what's been going on and the conversations that we've been engaging with, and the great work that has been accomplished. And now it's time to take it to the next step. As I raised in the memo packet information, there's really, I kind of boil it down, I think, in my mind to two key questions. One is, what does the future of this program look like? And the second is, how can we help with all of the compression and oversubscription of the resources that we have in hand? And so we have raised key questions about each of the items listed underneath each of those questions. And that's what Roberto and I will be walking through with you today. We'll take them one by one and hope for feedback as we go. And we'll get right into it. So no time to be shy. So the first thing we want to do is just check in on readiness to proceed. in this constricted resource environment, the idea of leaving resources on the table while projects figure out getting ready to go doesn't feel like it's the most effective or impactful. And instead, we really want to commit those resources to projects that are ready to go. And that means that you would enter the queue when you are closer to ready to go. What we have really identified is that, and was doubled down as we had stakeholder engagement, is that getting ready does incur a cost. And this is, this is a side impact of this policy, which I think, and this practice, or the idea to move towards readiness, which I think is the right programmatic decision. It does have consequences for our small and culturally specific partners. And so I think, the question that kind of unpacked here is to what degree council wants us to consider other programmatic investments to provide affordable resources for things like loan guarantees, land acquisition, and then even up to pre-development support for small and culturally specific development partners that would kind of help be able to provide that level playing field in terms of having resources to meet those readiness benchmarks. So before we dug too deep into each of these paths, we just wanted to make sure that we were in line with council's thinking in that regard. So any input on that first key question?
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thank you, Natasha. I appreciate you identifying this. We have seen in the past, when we have constrained resources, incredible need, that when our first or primary focus is readiness to proceed, we are automatically disadvantaging projects and developers in communities of color. So I appreciate you referencing that. And I think we do have to take overt steps. If we can't back ourselves away from readiness to proceed as the biggest determiner of whether we're going to fund a project in constrained resources, incredible thing, we've got to figure out something else to do in terms of supporting small and emerging MWSB developers and developers in communities of color. I think about the listening session that folks had yesterday around training and technical assistance for developers in communities of color, and whether or not some of those, we had a conversation about what's the TA that people need. Sometimes they don't need technical assistance, sorry. Sometimes they don't need technical assistance. They actually need investment of resources in order to do what they know they need to do, but because of present and historic day lack of access to resources, people don't have the money to be able to do what they need to do in a timeline that comports itself into a competitive atmosphere with other larger, more able to access resources than some of these developers. So I think the piece of this, I would say, is I don't want us to have an overwhelming focus on readiness to proceed, even though I know it's kind of the gold standard. We're trying to get money out the door. I think, again, we've talked about this haste. I think we can slow down a little bit here in terms of our thinking and link this issue with the program and the discussion that we had at the listening session yesterday to see if we can't think about this as a capacity issue for investment, and to particularly look at the ways in which we might offer these very early investments that would allow some of our newer developers and developers in communities of color be better able to compete with this readiness to proceed guideline.
Thank you.
Okay, further thoughts from the council? Councilmember Mena.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I'll be honest and say that I'm torn on this one. And it's, there are very limited resources and the need is great. And to the degree that we can get projects off the ground, that's very, very important. Also, it's very important that we help our organizations that are helping our communities, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and get them in the level ground. So I see the challenge, and I honestly can't say one way or the other. It is very, very challenging.
Anyone else right now?
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback, and I think that helps us get some thoughts towards what we need to bring back in terms of finding the right place in that supports all of those.
Just I'll throw in my own thoughts. You know, I think it's a great concept. One more effort to target a population and a need that might not be addressed by current programs and funding sources, but it is worth exploring further. And I think especially, you know, the idea of providing a smooth path to blend this resource with other potentially helpful resources. So we've got another question here now. Yeah.
Yes, Chair Hall, for the record, this is Roberto Franco, Assistant Director of Development Resources and Production, and members of the Council and Director Bell. Yes, I will take up on the second question. And we have the opportunity to do something different now with launching this new program. So in addition to the operations and other programmatic updates that you'll hear now and later, two key recommendations we would like to make. One is extend the affordability for all of the 4% tax credit deals from 30 years, which is where we currently are, to 60 years. With the exception of those projects that may have Article 11 coupon resources, as we discussed earlier, we are required to keep them at 30 years. But any other resource with the 4% bring that to 60 years of affordability. Secondly, even though we've began in working with our development partners to really dig into cultural responsiveness and strategies. But in this, we have the opportunity to codify it, if you will, in a new reiteration of this program. So this allows us a different footing in working with our development partners, and also for us to be that partner in helping them get where they need to get. So those are the two other recommendations that we would like to make. And so the question is for you, if you have any other feedback, other directions, or other thoughts that we may not consider on these two key recommendations.
Council, any thoughts? Don't be shy. You haven't been shy so far today, which is great. Councilmember Mena.
I'm in full support of the recommendations. I think it's great. I think it's a perfect step forward, and thank you for being so thoughtful on that.
Well, thank you. Next.
Anyone? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm done with that question. So.
Great. So then next we had put forward kind of where we're thinking about the resource bucket specifically around private activity bonds and the 4% credit. And so we have talked in prior months around getting to agreement with a shared pipeline with the housing authorities, where we in collaboration are making commitments to projects where the housing authorities are doing their key business as owners. And then after that, looking at the kind of division of resources under that, wanting to make sure that we are not just funding into metro areas, retaining ability to fund outside of metro jurisdictions, while also supporting the key investments that the public have made in the literal metro, Portland metro jurisdiction to expand housing investments in those key jurisdictions. And so, you know, and I think, and part of the, you know, and this was months ago, so I don't expect anybody to remember, but as we looked at the you know, the recent history of 4% investments, the thing that has allowed rural areas to have transactions that are able to be viable with 4% credits has been the lift resources. And before that, it was really an impossibility that rural areas would have projects at the scale or with the types of gap resources that LIFT has allowed for in rural communities. And even still, around 80% of overall 4% transactions, the private activity bonds, have been invested in urban areas, in particular in the rural, the Portland metro area. And so I say that just to frame, this is absolutely skewed towards what is likely to be urban investments, and that is not a variation from what we traditionally would see and expect with specifically this resource. I will also say that this is part of when we're looking at, I think as Councilmember Lee is saying, what's the big picture here? When we are going through our funding calendar efforts, we are intentionally aligning other resources to be over allocated, more than 50-50 to fund projects in rural areas, knowing that urban areas have this higher capacity economies of scale that benefit in terms of larger scale development. So with all of that context in hand, we have put forward a resource bucket, simple type of way to look at the resource allocation for private activity bond use for affordable rental housing development, where we are looking to say, after housing authorities have gone through, we would expect and kind of retain 70% of resources to be made available to projects with significant local funding to them. Candidly, at this point in time, Portland and Metro bond resources are a huge driver of demand for private activity bonds, and we see that explicitly. And then holding 30% where OHCS would be able to identify projects in rural areas and preservation transactions that would be able to be ready to move forward on those same timelines. And then at a future state, when those buckets are not oversubscribed, would be able to then offer resources more broadly to any, to what we would call 4% only, those that might not have other or require other public subsidy, and would tend to be kind of less policy rich in terms of serving deeper AMIs. So I think the primary question here is whether council supports or has concern or feedback around the 70-30 split as presented.
Okay, Councilmember Higginbotham, followed by Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for the clarification and the reminder of the other resources that are available for rural communities, because this piece on its face does not look like it's very equitable when you think about geography or urban and rural communities. So thank you for that, because that's the first place my mind went. And the second part is really a question about what happens if LIFT funding goes away, because that is a majority of the resources for rural. Can you talk about that? Are we secure, unsecure with LIFT?
Yeah, it's a biennial appropriation. It's something that we put our request in as we're building our, at this point, our agency request budget, which will hopefully be incorporated into the governor's budget, to be able to allocate, the Article 11Q bonds to support development. And I think at this point we're doing this both leveraging 4% and without 4%, wanting to make sure we have viable strategies in both ways, knowing that we do have this constriction. Also, I think, so I think, is there a legislative risk at some future date that LIFT resource would not be supported? And I think, I guess with all of our resources, that is a potential risk. I also think, though, at the same time, we have really identified a model that works. I mean, I think for a long period of time, it wasn't really believed that 4% that investors would do 4% transactions in rural communities, and we proved that. We've shown that it works. And so, in as much as we have access to gap funding, I think if LIFT goes away, I think we would need to really have that conversation to understand how can we make sure that we can keep that momentum. I also think, and all, markets impact everything that's in hand here, right? Interest rates drive, what the pricing will end up be, and, everybody's, and the tax credit investors, their own finance worlds impact whether and how much they're willing to purchase tax credits for. But I think in as much as we have gone from a place where the 4% tax credit program was woefully undersubscribed for a great period of time without having the ability to have gap resources to it, we as a state have figured out how to maximize the use of that resource, which is why we're in the problem of resource constriction right now, because there is an actual cap set by the federal government in terms of access to private activity bonds. But I think it's kind of our goal, it should be our charge to make sure that we continue to maximize the use of 4% tax credits, and knowing how much additional equity it brings into the state, how much more development it can do, kind of result in, versus just dealing with smaller, modest investments of kind of more flexible gap resources. So I think there is, absolutely there's a risk in terms of, overall state budgets and allocations and debt models. But I think as in my perspective, and, I think it's on our, in our charge to make sure that we continue to be able to deploy and maximize the use of these resources by, and we've shown that we can do that.
So perhaps some, I wish we had a crystal ball, we all wish that, but perhaps some kind of safety net comment or insertion in here about, if that equity shifts, in a large way, that might be something that would be needed and would certainly make me and probably a lot of other rural folks feel better about moving forward with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Whoops.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I don't have I think, a helpful answer to this question, and I probably will be channeling some of what Councilmember Mena said. Equity would say give 50-50, right? Justice would say, look at the conditions and the history of a lack of access in rural areas and fund or make access available that recalls that, right? Or tries to address that. On the other hand, when you look at where there are local project funds available, there is a majority of people of color living in those communities, and the local communities have invested. We don't want to penalize local communities for having invested, and yet the access and the ability to, right? So it's very layered and nuanced. I don't think 70-30 is the right place for us to land on this, especially from a perspective of justice. So I would support perhaps reducing the 70% and upping the areas, the 30% set aside for areas outside of metro into rural and very rural areas, with two caveats. One would be that those all of the funds are in no way forgotten about in terms of racial justice and equity responsibilities, goals, and actual work. Not just well-intentioned aspirations. And the second of which is and I think we've got a good practice of this, if towards the end of the time period that these funds are available, we have not yet been able to fund more projects and work in rural and very rural communities, that we then become open to funding perhaps lesser priority projects down on the list once we start getting those award lists of, the top projects, the middle projects, the lower projects. If we can't spend the money in the ways that meet our priorities within rural and very rural areas, that we then be willing to move that resource over. And we have a history of doing that. So I would likely say, take a look again at the 30-70 split. I'm not sure it's the right place right now.
Oops. All right, any other council feedback on this? Well, thanks to the staff for the excellent presentations and to council for all the good feedback.
Chair,
And
I
we-
apologize. We do have, I think, just a couple questions which we can.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Additional question. I apologize.
Yep,
I
I
realize
should
that
be
we're
looking at-
approaching time here, so we'll try
Yeah.
to fast walk through, but there's some
Okay.
good insights we need from you.
Okay.
We're almost there, halfway there, but we'll speed it up a little. So the next question, which ties in a little bit with the last one, about what happens if there is an oversubscription with those resources? How do we create a way that there's either a tiebreaker of a sort? I believe that oversubscription may be really, this is where we are. And given the current state of housing needs and affordable housing needs, there's going to be always a higher demand of resources than the supply is available. So when we have that case of oversubscription, we are recommending two approaches to this. The first priority that we could layer in is to give a priority to culturally specific development organizations, and then they have a chance to get to those resources. If the oversubscription still continues even after that, the second layer of priority would be to look at projects that can yield a higher percentage of units for extremely low income tenants and households. There are sectors of our population that are extreme or very low income, and we need to be able to produce some of those units as well. So those are the two priorities that we like to put forward. Now this helps, it creates a clarity of what happens in oversubscription. It gives developers and partners hopefully a clearer selection process. On the other side of this is that we're adding this as part of deciding factors between projects that otherwise would be financially viable. But these added factors are part of our policies, are part of our mission. And so it's the challenge that we're sharing with you, and we'd like to get your feedback in going with those two priorities in an oversubscription case, which could likely happen. We don't have that crystal ball, but there are cases that could happen. So I'll just stop there and I'll get any feedback from the council.
Okay, Councilmember Lee, first up.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I support these two prioritization criteria, and my only question, it does not have to be addressed now, is what are we doing when we're not how is the first priority for culturally specific organizations and partnerships being addressed in situations where we don't have oversubscription or in the main body of the program itself? I support these, and then let me just say, well, why would we have to go here as the first priority when we're only talking about oversubscription?
Okay, who's going to address that question?
Chair Hall, I'm cognizant of time. I'm raising feedback for staff, and I don't need an answer. It can come back to us.
All right, Councilmember Mena.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I would like to just propose another population, let's say, and that would be households with disabilities, access disabilities. That is a housing that it really, when we went through our local implementation strategy in Beaverton, it's so desperately needed, and it's difficult to fund. And so I would like to see if that can be included as part of the priorities of oversubscription.
Okay, anything else from the council right now?
Okay, so I think then just moving rapidly here forward. Thank you. We'll incorporate that feedback and follow up next time. So the next kind of question or aspect is around just project performance. As we have operated in a non-competitive environment, we've been able to be very nimble around holding resources and moving project timelines. And so are looking to pivot that toward expecting project performance. It's tied to that readiness, which I also, I think we need to describe what that means a little bit more effectively, and also make sure how we can have equity and parity around that. But the idea here is that if a project fails to meet its readiness benchmarks, unless it's OHCS's fault, our intention is to lay out a process where that project essentially loses its place in the queue and needs to re-enter at the next opportunity. And so I think we're both looking to get a sense of comfort with council on this. This is a shift for Oregon in terms of those relationships. But again, it's the idea that we want to be able to deploy the resources, get projects in there when they're actually able to move forward versus earlier than that. And then also one of the strategies we put forward to start to see if we can decompress the compression we're seeing right now is to give projects an opportunity to recast their projects that already have reservations of those resources from us, to recast their timeline so that they can, really with a candid assessment of the status of all of their readiness factors, be able to ascertain what that realistic timeline is, which then we would want to hold folks accountable to. And so I guess questions around comfort with those two actions.
All right, council feedback here. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I think this is really a tender situation here, Natasha. I think it runs right into the first conversation we had when we were talking about this topic in terms of what does our priority for project readiness do for us in terms of our other policy agenda and targets. So I would tread very carefully here. I think, of course, you and the staff always do that. I think the first place of offering people to recast makes some sense, and then see what that gets us, right? So I would flip those two things around. I would say, talk to people about our challenges, ask them to recast, or ask them who would be interested in recasting, and then do an analysis of the projects that are impacted by this action. And I would do maybe some comparison of who's already in the pipeline, who wants to recast, who doesn't recast and might potentially get kicked out, with other projects we know that aren't yet in the pipeline, but we know they're coming because they've talked to us and we've done some pre-work with them, and just do a little analysis of where this impact lands, particularly for the work that centers racial justice and equity, and an intersectional analysis of that before we would make any decisions to kick people out of the pipeline or put new people into the pipeline. So I do a little bit more research and investigation, and I pursue the recast timeline first, and then analyze our potentially unintended impact of the list, who we know is not yet in the pipeline, but is going to be in the pipeline in terms of our forecasting, and see what we find there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I will just for, and I think in something we've mentioned, we have done interviews with upwards of 20 development teams about the status of all of their projects. I think just important to understand, developers are an optimistic bunch. And I think that optimism drives it's the reason why they are developers. I think you can't do it without that positivity that you will figure out all of the things, and that there's an aspect of that also leads to very blurry lines about what is viable versus where we do have barriers. And I think that's where we're trying to say like pivot toward how all other states all deal with it, which is with a little bit more of a silent lens to it. But I think I'm hearing and feeling like we need to try to blend the two worlds a little bit better.
That makes a lot of sense, Natasha. And I might say that we go back to the question you posed about was like 2 slides ago. And when we're in oversubscription, treat this question as if it's an oversubscription question and apply your 2 criteria that you just talked to us about for the oversubscription situation and see if that helps. I really appreciate hearing that people are optimistic, and I appreciate optimism, right? Hope is a research-based condition of change. And in order to find some balance with that, if we looked at this as an oversubscription situation, which it frankly is, apply your other 2 criteria and see if that helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And then we have just one last question here. It's not a small one, but maybe you've thought about it and haven't put ready, unless there's others that want to chime in on this project performance at this point. Seeing none, we'll move forward.
Okay.
Roberto.
All right. The last one. So it's always an ever, part of our charge in being creative, looking for ways that we can continue to help produce affordable housing in our state. Given the current constraint that we have with the 4% and the pipeline that we have, so we're considering offering another tool in the toolbox, and that is to use the 9% tax credits for projects that are already in our pipeline. Offer that as an alternative. So instead of using 4%, if they can make their project work using a 9% instead. What that does, it obviously helps us decompress, part of that pipeline that we have. It also keeps the 4% and helping us continue to produce more units. What this means is that there will be 1 year, and in our recommendation that in 2024, we will not offer the 9% tax credit, but resume it in 25. And so we would put all of those 9% resources in our pipeline. Now, we notice, and our partners notice, not every project that is 4% in our pipeline could fit this 9%, and we understand that, and we're not telling everyone you need to go there. So it'll be a conversation, it'll be a discussion with partners and developers, which of those projects make sense to apply and compete with the 9% tax credits. What that does, however, is that then anybody else that had not thought about applying for 4% but wants to do 9%, now there's a few more added competitors for them to reach to access those resources. But it is the reality, meaning that we've got limited resources. So in an effort, again, to decompress and then help clear that pipeline, we'd like to offer this for 1 year. We've done it before, meaning that we skipped 1 year of offering the 9%, so it's not unusual. But again, it creates that challenge for anybody else that wanted to use it to be competing with others now in the pipeline. The clear distinction that I want to make here is that it's going to be competitive, even for those 4% that are in our pipeline already. So it's not a switch on an automatic moving them to the 9%. So with that, the question to the council is that concept agreeable, acceptable, granted that there's still more discussions and conversations, and we'll continue to get that feedback from our partners as to what that would look like, but we would like to offer that as an alternative for the pipeline.
Councilmember Mena.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Question for Roberto. The size of the compression that we have right now with the strategies that you are proposing, the changes that you're proposing, let's say that we do not offer 9% tax credit next year in order to continue that. Would that ease up, or is there a potential that next year, the following 2024, we still have to do this in order to be able to decompress, help that on that decompression?
It would ease up some. I mean, I wouldn't say completely, but we believe our estimates that it could reduce anywhere from $90 to $120 million in private activity bonds. So that's our current projection for that now. Natasha, anything else that I'm missing there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right, Roberto. It's what we see already kind of stacking into the 23 pipeline with commitments, and then all of the metro projects and housing authority projects, the NOFA awards, is that we have very little room to add more projects in 2023. And so the thought was that if we can reduce that by 120 million in private activity bonds by switching that equity source, we can successfully put those the 4% in private activity bonds to the projects that will be ready from Metro and some of the NOFAs and you know, in order to make those move now instead of be stacked back into 2025, 24 and 25. And so I think it would be a one-time, I mean, I think with certainty I would say that this isn't something that we should do perennially. I think we also are asking folks, you know, so this would be a one-time intervention to decompress, and are also trying to really drive to development teams the question of, is 4% truly the best path for your projects? I think for a very long time, because it had been a non-competitive resource, there was, you know, seemingly no limit. It was, well, let's just design it so that it works with that resource really well. And now that reality has upended, and so are really wanting to make sure that development teams are pausing as they go to rethink. And so is that project that we see on 4% lists for 25, could that be a 9% that they just apply directly into a 9% NOFA instead? Or could it be a lift only transaction? You know, what are those different dynamics? But that this would be this moment in time to be able to create more space and not stall another group of projects and not onboard another group of projects through a 9% round. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Councilmember Higginbotham.
So, you know, this is a really tough thing for me to, first of all, understand fully in order to make any, you know, useful comments. I don't understand necessarily what the ramifications, if there is negative impact in the 9% program if we do this. It sounds to me like it creates more congestion in that program, but I fully support and expect us to look at these 4% projects and how they bridge to 9%, if one or the other is better or more advantageous for the communities in which the projects are going to be held in. So I mean, that's kind of an expectation that Oregon Housing do that. But again, I have to tell you, I don't fully understand what that negative impact is going to be. So I have to rely on you all to help us work through that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I guess I'll just try to distill. Together, we do not have resources to fund all of the projects that are on development team desks right now, whether they are putting those forward as 9% or 4%, or, you know, there's just not enough resources to fund them all. And so we tend to have oversubscribed fund offerings, and we'll see those in the coming months as we bring recommendations for fund awards to Housing Stability Council. And so the idea here is that we have a queue in 4% that has real projects with committed other resources to them that are ready to go, that exceed our ability to fund them with 4%. And so are signaling that we could, instead of kind of putting right now, using a year of that 9% resource to fund the projects that we have already kind of very viable on the 4% sides, before we go to add another group, another cohort of 9% projects that are still working to get their resources aligned. So I think that it's, as a system, we are oversubscribed. I think, and so it's trying to look at these as partners in that we try to solve one part of a problem with a different resource. And I realize we're way over time, so
Councilmember Lee.
Maybe as a way to take us to the break, I just want to appreciate, Natasha, you and the staff trying to bring what is very complicated funding and structure and sequencing information to a group that is not wholly, but largely on the service end of this conversation of OCHS. And I really appreciate how intentional and thoughtful we are trying to be, to know that changing something over here leverages its impact over here that we haven't yet thought about. It is not an easy thing to do. I don't think there's any one right answer, that if we miss, we have missed the one right answer. There are consequences that are both positive and negative to any of these. And I just want to reaffirm that I know that staff are doing this with the very best intent possible, with the best information they can glean possible. And I appreciate all of the conversation that is being had and will continue to have and increase with our partners, both on the developer side and on the resident side, as we try to figure this way out. It is not an easy thing to do, and I don't think there's one right answer. So I appreciate that this takes time. We've got to educate ourselves. We've got to talk through it, and I thank you for it.
Absolutely.
Okay. We are about 15 plus minutes behind schedule, but we've had a lot of important things to wrestle with. We actually don't have a break scheduled in this meeting. We do have 3 more briefings coming up from the Homeownership Division on the Market Cost Offset Fund, updates and survey results on the draft legislative agenda, as well as the Rent Assistance for Youth pilot program. Could I just get a real quick temperature check with the council? Are people feeling we really need a break, or can we keep on going through the agenda?
Thank you for that, Chair Hall. I see a break on my agenda.
Oh,
and
okay.
Shiloh
I'm
and
looking
others
at the
can
older
correct
agenda.
me if
I'm sorry.
Off, but I think we have a 15-minute break. I'm sure everyone could probably use a break. So I would propose it at minimum a 10-minute break. And then we can come back.
Well, let's fall in the middle. How about my computer clock is showing 11:48. If everybody could plan on being back promptly at noon, I would appreciate it. Thank you all. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, we're getting to that point. We've got 1, 2, 3. Well, I guess we actually don't have to have a quorum since we're past the decision items, action items. So let's reconvene. It is noon on Friday, July 1st, 2022. And I am reconvening the Oregon Housing Stability Council monthly meeting. And now we have a presentation from the Homeownership Division.
Hi, and I know MSA is having trouble getting on as a panelist. Is someone able to upgrade her?
I already did that.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll share my screen in the meantime. One moment.
And if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, good morning, Chair Hall and Director Bell and council members. My name is Talia Concrevis. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an operation and policy analyst with the Homeownership Division. Thanks for your time today to discuss the establishment of a new fund for homeownership developers. And I know that MSA wanted to introduce, but if she's not on, I can go ahead and get started.
Please feel free to get started, Talia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So today we plan to discuss the establishment of a new fund. This concept is not new to you. In fact, Natasha has spoken about the affordable rental housing market cost offset earlier today, so all familiar concepts. Oops, and I see that we jumped ahead. So as you all are well aware, there's supply chain bottlenecks, labor shortages, and inflation, which are causing increased construction costs. One stat, just out of many that I'm sure you've seen, is the National Association of Home Builders estimates that building material costs are up 19% April to April 2022. And so this relates back to the homeownership division because we have one homeownership development funding program through LIFT, which you're all very familiar with. And LIFT funded developers are building in an economic climate that they couldn't have anticipated when applying for funding in the 2020 and 2021 funding cycles. All LIFT projects are required to be complete and ready for sale within 36 months of receiving a funding reservation. However, we are hearing from LIFT funded developers, one that you even heard from at the beginning of this meeting, that dramatic cost increases are causing real gaps that could impede their development timelines. So our proposed solution is to develop a homeownership specific market cost offset fund. I apologize, I'm presenting from my car on a road trip and there's some ambient noise. So let me know if it's too loud. And so in order to respond to developer needs, minimize disruption to projects and ensure successful project completion within the required timeframe, we are proposing to set aside funds that we received in the 2022 session and utilize the framework developed by the Affordable Rental Housing Division, but adapted for homeownership purposes. So in 2022, we received 20 million in general funds, and these funds are meant to support the development of affordable homes for purchase and meant to be paired with LIFT bond proceeds. So we are proposing a set aside of 5 million. The framework for the rest of the funding is still under development. And so just seeding that as we'll be presenting on a framework for the use of the rest of the funds at future Housing Stability Council meetings. But this set aside would be a one-time set aside for a homeownership market cost offset fund for these developers, which I'll talk a little bit more about the status of the project. And the funds would be offered as grants with affordability terms aligned with required LIFT terms. So this is just a high-level overview of the LIFT homeownership projects underway. We began funding developers in 2017, and since then, we've supported the construction or ongoing construction in progress of 269 units in 14 different localities across Oregon. And so you see here a layout of the status of the projects. Underwriting, we have 5 loans in underwriting, 4 of which are expected to close this month. So close to closing, close to starting construction. 8 that are actively dispersing, meaning that they are withdrawing funds and in varying phases of construction, and then 9 that are in monitoring. So they are close, 60% or more at project completion, 3 of which are actually completely completed. So this amounts to 22 projects. And then just to give you a sense of what we're expecting for anticipated demand, since we haven't formally solicited any requests, the complete demand is not for certain, but we are expecting that of the 8 projects that are 75% or more complete, there would be no demand. Of the 14 projects that are at earlier stages in construction, those would be the ones needing this homeownership market cost offset fund support. And just to give you a sense of where we came up with the 5 million, so these projects amount to the total project costs of these 14 projects amount to 63 million. If we applied that just as a benchmark, the 19% increase, their gap in funding would be around 13 million. But then if we also looked at the amount of lift loans that we lent to those 14 projects and applied that 19%, the gap would be, or our portion of the gap that we would cover would be about 3.5 million. So, and then just also noting that as with affordable rental housing, they are working with developers to seek other ways of minimizing project cost gaps, and we would do the same. So we don't anticipate that we would be responsible for fully financing their construction cost gaps. So that's a little bit of a back of the envelope for how we came up with the 5 million.
Okay.
And here's the process for administering the funds that this is a high level process, also adapted from the Affordable Rental Housing Market Cost Offset Fund. So the homeownership development officer, who has a great relationship with all the LIFT project developers, would offer them all the opportunity to request funds.
Oh yeah, sorry to interrupt. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm on here. They're requesting the slide deck. They can't see it, and I know you have one. So
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought it was showing the slide deck all along.
okay, sorry. We're not normally this disorganized. So for the record, I'm Emma Shea Perfecto while she gets that going. I'm Emma Shea Perfecto, Director of Homeownership. I tried 4 times on the same link and I could see you all. I couldn't do anything, sorry. So, okay, go ahead, Talia. And I'm sorry for throwing her out there by herself. This is her first time presenting and she's fairly new to the agency. So thank you for your patience.
Yeah, sorry about that. I assumed that I was sharing my screen. We will send out this presentation afterwards, and you can see that there were slides. This is the chart of the status, so you can see a little bit more of the breakdown here. And here's where we're at. This is actually our last slide related to this proposal. So here's the process. We would offer this opportunity to all eligible LIFT partners. And so that includes partners that have a reservation for funds. It doesn't include the 2022 recently completed NOFA cycle where those projects haven't closed yet. And we actually will be putting more approvals for those funds to council at a later time. So the 2022 projects that were mentioned before, we will prioritize projects that clearly delineate the hard cost increases within their project budget. So they'll be required to show evidence of these cost increases.
Apologies to interrupt you, Talia. We've got a little bit of background noise. So if anybody is not muted, please mute. And then Shiloah, if you are able to mute anybody that is not muted. Thank you. Please continue, Talia. Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll also prioritize projects that demonstrate they have undertaken other efforts to minimize the funding gap. We'll prioritize projects that are geographically diverse and also those developers that have a strong track record of serving communities of color. So staff will provide an analysis of all the requests. The LIFT partners will have a designated time frame for getting requests in, and then we'll look at them all together. We'll provide an analysis of the request to the Finance Committee. This is the same process that you approved for affordable rental housing in April. And the Executive Director, or Director Bell, will, in conjunction with a recommendation from the Finance Committee, will approve requests. So we're here to you today just with this briefing, with this proposal. So no decisions needed, and just would love to hear your feedback or any questions so that we can come back to you at a later time and prioritize getting this fund set up swiftly so we can support our partners. Thank you.
Just a brief piece of feedback for me. Again, it's a concept that I'm really enthusiastic about and has the potential to really help target what a lot of us know is really an underserved group in need. On the council, anybody else would like to weigh in on this? Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Hey, Talia. So good to see you. And I just want to clarify that we're not doing first come, first served. We are actually reaching out to everyone who's currently got reservations or projects in the pipeline, and then looking at who comes from that reach out first. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, everybody will have equal opportunity to see this opportunity, and then we'll have a designated time frame for collecting requests.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
So thank you, Talia, for the information. I think I heard you say that we're not going to fund the gap 100%. And if that is the case, are there other supports that would help to fund those gaps? I know that some of these projects are really in a precarious position, and really want to see them through to fruition. And that just concerns me a little bit, that maybe some of them might be hanging out there with some needs that we can't meet.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, we'll solidify our policies around this a little bit more, but I think that we are not opposed to funding the full gap. We just would want to see that developers have taken steps to look for other sources of funding. They often receive many layers of funding to start their projects. And so there's other ways that they can mitigate costs, whether it's through looking at value engineering or other resources. And so just demonstrating that they've explored that, and we wouldn't be opposed to funding the full construction cost gap.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Higginbotham, we're also, as we're doing this planning, we're having conversations with affordable rental housing, and that's done this in the past, because this is new to home ownership. So we're working through it to make sure that we're looking at everything and trying. Our goal is to be inclusive and make sure that these projects move forward with the investments that they already have. So that this is our first run at this. So we're working in close partnership with those that have experience and that have done this. So we want to make sure we don't miss anything. So that's part of the deal here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, any other feedback from the council at this point on this subject? Well, I guess we'll say thank you. And now we'll move on to our next agenda item, the update on the draft legislative agenda for the next session. Ladies, take it away.
Hello, Chair Hall. I apologize. I'm getting my screen sharing up in just a moment.
Okay. I see a screen with a PowerPoint.
Wonderful. I'm going to just zoom in a little bit here. Appreciate your time as I get this together.
Sure.
All right, Chair Hall, members of the council, for the record, my name is Nicole Sting. I serve as our Assistant Director of Government Relations, and I use she, her pronouns. Appreciate the time to be with you today. I'll be joined by Ms. Chelsea Bunch here later to talk about our training and technical assistance POP, but today we're here to talk about the survey results from our agency request budget. I want to thank you for your grace as we're walking on some materials. We're going to dive right in. We've got a lot to go through. Before really talking about the survey results, I just want to take a quick step back and provide a bit of an overview about what it takes for a state agency to develop a budget. Some of you, this is your second or potentially third time being involved in this, and I recognize that we have a new council member here on their very first meeting. So just to take some time to ground set and level set what it takes to put together the agency request budget and how that turns into our legislatively adopted budget and resources that we deploy as a state agency. First, of course, it starts with the development of the agency request budget. On the next slide, I'll talk about what that development process looks like. State agencies collectively work to submit budgets to the Department of Administrative Services, who then in turn makes recommendations to the governor. The governor has the very challenging job of balancing budgets across the state agencies. So that's needs of course, healthcare, housing, education. There's a lot of very important services that our state government provides. And it's the governor's job to put together their recommended budget to meet all of those needs and stay within the available resources that the state has. One important thing to call out this year, we have a new governor. Governor Kate Brown will be stepping down in January, and we'll have a new governor who we don't yet know stepping into office. So it's a challenge that we're all navigating to think through who our next boss is and how we develop a budget that is compelling to whoever takes office. Because the governor won't be appointed until January, won't be elected until January, we anticipate the governor's recommended budget will be released at the end of January. It is due by February 1st. For those that have been around, you're used to a December 1st budget. So our timeline is a little bit further back in terms of when we know what our legislative agenda will be. Our timeline to develop is still on its slated course. And then, of course, once the governor has put together their recommended budget, that goes through the legislature. The legislature, made up of 90 members, has to weigh a lot of priorities and typically puts their own fingerprint on the final budget for the state. So we'll expect that to be released in June of 2023. We're working pretty far ahead here. And just to take a dive into the agency request budget development process, this is work that has been ongoing in the agency since really the end of last year. We took quite a bit of time to put together a comprehensive agenda, and really in the last 2 months have begun shopping ideas with you all, with stakeholders, and with others. We were currently reviewing feedback from our advocates, having conversations, and integrating that feedback into the ultimate budget we're developing now. This is what we call crunch time. There's a lot of work ongoing around the agency request budget. In the coming months, once we submit our agency request budget, as I mentioned, the Department of Administrative Services will review that budget. They will put out their recommendations. And I do want to note for council, we are in what we're considering a cuts year. And that essentially means that our resources for the state are estimated to be right at current service level, as looking at the most recent revenue forecast. And I will note that most recent revenue forecast was before we saw the markets take a downturn. So it's unclear the available state resources there will be, but our DAS partners are forecasting a bit of a cuts environment. Of course, housing is the top issue on the minds of Oregonians, and we still anticipate that we're in a good place to have increased investments in the governor's recommended budget. But I do want to forecast for you not to be surprised if we see a DAS recommended budget that is lower than what we are requesting, or potentially even at current service level. And then, of course, once DAS submits their recommendations, we're in a hurry up and wait for the next governor to come in and make their budget. So a lot to come, but we really are, as a development planning team, in the crunch stage. And before talking briefly about our legislative agenda and those survey results, I wanted to ground us in what our guiding principles are. These are not new to you all. This is really the context for how we operate as an agency, built into the budget that we're developing now. First and foremost, this is our last year with the current statewide housing plan. This is it. This is the bite at the apple we get to meet the goals of the statewide housing plan. And that has really been central to how we've thought about asking for resources to ensure not only do we meet these goals, but where we can, that we exceed them. So we're really excited to be able to meet those goals. And of course, I'll flag in the next biennium, we'll be developing the next statewide housing plan. So more exciting strategic planning to come. And you'll hear us say a lot, you certainly hear this from Director Bell, we're hoping to build a sustainable agency, one that's resilient, where we're pushing upstream solutions. This means a lot of things, but essentially, if we can prevent homelessness, let's do that. If we can put families in a better situation where they don't need rental assistance, where they don't need additional support, let's get in front of the crisis and intervene in a family's life before they face crisis. So that's really built into the policy option packages or investment requests that you'll see in our legislative agenda. Last, certainly not least, is the importance of OHCS recognizing, acknowledging, and taking accountability for our government's role in creating and exacerbating racial disparities. It has to be central to what we do, and continue the ongoing advice and input from this council to ensure that we're improving the way we address racial disparities and work towards ending racial disparities in housing outcomes and opportunities. I'm not going to go over this in a lot of detail. Did want to just take a quick step back and look at what is the largest agency request budget OHCS has ever put forward. We're looking at nearly $800 million in housing investments. I'll say that again. We're looking at nearly $800 million in housing investments. This is audacious. Correctly audacious, but this is audacious. Ms. Bunch put in the chat a link to our memo here. I'll note that memo is a bit out of date. It was for our first iteration of the legislative agenda. We've made some changes as we've integrated feedback from stakeholders and from you all. So I'll note those changes as we go. But do want to note that that memo is a little bit out of date. We'll be looking at updating it in the month of July. And quickly to call out, there was a great conversation from Councilmember Lee about Councilmember Higginbotham about the importance of lift rental. We are asking for increased lift investments this biennium because those are bond funded. They are easier to get from the legislature. Certainly nothing is easy, but they're a less flexible source and thus less competitive resource to gather. I'll also note some important things were discussed today around homeownership development. We are asking for homeownership development and lift homeownership. And in your conversation today, you'll learn more about the long-term rental assistance program. We are asking for more resources related to that. And I'll also just quickly highlight, Ms. Bunch will go into detail about our training and technical assistance investment request. And thank you to Councilmember Lee for attending our focus group yesterday, but certainly an important investment to look at. And just to remind council members where we've been with you, first in April, we sent out a first draft and initial training video to help orient you to the legislative agenda planning process. And we had a short survey to get some initial feedback. In May, actually, none of the council members that were there are here today, but in May, we met with some council members to walk through the legislative agenda, our process, and answer any questions. Last week, or a few weeks ago now, we had an in-depth second version of that conversation held virtually. I know a number of you were not able to attend that, so do want to make the offer now if you are interested in going through our legislative agenda in detail. Happy to make time and have one-on-one conversations with you all. And today we're here to talk to you about specifically the stakeholder survey, how we're integrating that feedback and next steps. And we'll be back before you to talk about the final submission of the agency request budget. And we've, of course, as I mentioned throughout the presentation thus far, I've been talking with our stakeholders. As is the case, we put forward some key objectives to engage with our stakeholders. I want to note here and acknowledge we are not where we need to be with stakeholder engagement. We certainly want to be much more in the involved space, and currently we're really in the conform and consult. So I want to acknowledge we're not where we need to be. We're working on improving, but we wanted to recognize that from the get-go. But of course, transparency is a key part of our engagement. We did that through some webinars, and we've provided surveys to get ideas for improvement. And Ms. Bunch, as I mentioned, will talk more about the training and technical assistance investment, which is really where we've built on relationship building and focus on involving our stakeholders in our legislative agenda development process. And as I mentioned, we held webinars with our stakeholders in May. This was a way for us to really take the time. Each of them were about an hour long to walk through the 3 programmatic division agendas that allowed our stakeholders to ask questions. We responded in writing, and that is on the government relations website that Ms. Bunch has put in the chat. So there's the recordings, the presentations, and the written question responses on that link. We've also, as I mentioned, provided a survey to stakeholders. That's what we're here to talk about, and a comprehensive memo that walks through our legislative agenda. We've had a number of presentations with the Racial Justice Council, our partners at the Housing Alliance, and I've had one-on-one conversations with some of our key partners to answer questions, get their feedback. And Ms. Bunch will talk again later through the training and technical assistance and how that's shaping that particular investment request.
And as I mentioned, we'll spend a lot of time, the rest of our time today really will be focused on the stakeholder survey. We released that survey on May 13th, promoted through a number of channels. And special thanks to the Housing Alliance and Housing Oregon for continuing to promote the survey throughout the period it was open. The survey closed June 6th. After it was initially slated to close May 30th, we extended it. We didn't see the responses we'd hoped to see, so we extended it for about a week to see if we could get more responses. In the end, we had 57 complete responses, while more than 100 of our partners began the survey. I will call out here, I think it's not a surprise to any of us, we are living through a global pandemic, and our partners on the ground have been delivering historic resources. Their capacity is constrained, and we certainly think that impacted their ability to respond to the survey. And I want to just call that out, particularly for culturally specific organizations in rural communities. We see that might have been a barrier, and unfortunately might have impacted the number of responses we saw to the survey. I will note the survey response is a bit higher than last year's survey, so we're excited to see it higher and not quite where we want it to be. Chelsea put in the chat there a link to the survey document that is really at the heart of what we'll be going over with you today. And before I really dive into the results, I want to give a few shout outs. I mentioned a shout out to the Housing Alliance and Housing Oregon for their help promoting the survey, inviting us to speak about our agency request budget. I also want to thank those that took the survey. Your feedback is really important to us, and we are integrating that feedback into our budget. So just much appreciation for the time to respond to the draft agenda that we put out there. And I'd be remiss not to thank the staff behind the scenes that have been incredibly helpful in developing both the survey and analyzing the survey. So to Mariah Acton, Elise Cordell Kennedy, and Beth Brown, your help has been incredible. I could not do this alone. And the survey summary you see in the chat is a beautiful document that really synthesizes a lot of information. So I would encourage you to look that over. We had, as I mentioned, 57 survey responses. The vast majority of those were from organizations serving low-income individuals. We had great representation of rural organizations, organizations serving communities of color, and I'll also note 8 responses came from representatives of tribal governments. So we're really excited to see that impact from our sovereign government partners. And I'll also call out half of the survey responses were from Housing Alliance members. So just certainly a strong network of partners in that group. And on the slide here, you'll see a number of important themes. First, the need for flexible ongoing resources. This showed up in almost every single division's feedback, that one-time resources are not sufficient to meet the need, and flexible resources are particularly needed in rural communities where they face unique capacity challenges and unique barriers. We also heard throughout those survey results the need for OHCS to show up as a convener to our partners. They want more coordination on input. They want to be involved early and often, and they want to be a thought partner to OHCS. So I want to acknowledge that certainly part of our work is continuing to improve our partnerships and our relationships in community. And overall, most survey respondents felt we struck a good or an okay balance across the housing continuum. They were asked to rate this on a scale of 1 being poor balance across the housing continuum and 5 being good balance across the housing continuum. We got a 3.1 on average, so certainly room for improvement there, but I'll also note there was not alignment among our partners, certainly divergence in where additional investments should be made or where investments should be shifted. So no group is a monolith, and it's certainly true for the folks we work with. And I will also note we've received many comments about the need for more homeownership investment. I'll talk about that more in our slide on homeownership, but I'll go ahead and move on to talking about the living our principles. We asked our partners, we've led with our guiding principles. We led with how we want to show up with this legislative agenda. We asked our partners, did we show up in that way? And certainly some folks felt there was strong alignment. Some folks felt they needed more information, but there were also a significant amount of partners that felt we're not fully aligned with with the values we put forward. So that's the feedback we're focusing on and how we can use what folks said to strengthen what we're working on where we can. And I'll note that throughout the remainder of the presentation. In the affordable rental housing division, this should not be a surprise. There's a lot of conversation around the private activity bond. Our partners in the affordable rental housing division did a great job talking through how they're moving forward. Survey responses provided constructive criticism about the coordination of resources and ensuring resources that programs were designed around the private activity bond cap. I will note just the timing of when the survey was taken. Again, that was the May to early June timeframe, kind of a moment in time. I do want to call out, there's been a number of engagements and communications from the Affordable Rental Housing Division since the time of the survey. So I do want to note that. And throughout the survey, we also heard when you build new housing, you need to preserve existing housing. And our partners were very excited to see the preservation investments in our agency request budget. So we were requesting $175 million to preserve affordable housing. That is a huge increase. I don't have the numbers in front of me from what we requested in the 2021 legislative session. And this would also be an increase over what we received this biennium. So we're really eager for preservation resources. We also saw a lot of support of permanent supportive housing and continuing, again, that long-term stability and wraparound services for those that need it. Land acquisition was another strong topic, along with cost escalation and the volatility of the construction cost market and the development market. I think the word erratic was used a few different times to describe cost volatility, and certainly we've heard that with the Market Cost Offset Fund at Council in the past few meetings. Overall, our partners were supportive of the affordable rental housing division's policy option packages or investment requests. I will note in the summary document, there's scales to show where each respondent voted from strongly oppose, need more information, support, or strongly support. So those charts are in the summary document if you are interested in diving in. On the homeownership side of things, there was also strong support for every single policy option package brought forward. There were questions about our manufactured housing resources and the timing of deployment of foreclosure assistance funds, but again, overall strong support for the work of our partners in homeownership. Partners were very concerned, however, with the lack of LIFT homeownership investment. The Housing Alliance hosted a very specific conversation where I think I took 3 pages of detailed notes of concerns from partners. And in conversations with our leadership, we have decided for this next biennium to add back in LIFT homeownership. There's issues with the funding source that make it a challenging program to administer and for homeowners to purchase LIFT homeownership homes. But we recognize the challenge of not having our general fund homeownership program stood up to be able to point to. So we'll be asking for LIFT homeownership in the 2023-25 agency request budget, and kind of a direct result of the survey and partner feedback. We're seeing that come forward. And moving on to housing stabilization, I think this is the division where we saw the most support. Folks were very excited to see investments in long-term rental assistance. When we talk about getting upstream, that is upstream preventing homelessness, providing wraparound supports. There was some concern, particularly in this division, around one-time funding versus continuing funding, and the ability to provide ongoing stability from one-time funds. Folks called out the need for resident services, both in long-term housing and in shelters, to ensure that there's wraparound support and services, and the need to work with on-the-ground partners for eviction prevention, long-term rental assistance, and overall as resources are programmed. I'll also call out in particular the shelter investment we have was received quite a bit of support. Folks were excited for that investment, as well as housing retention, eviction prevention, IDAs. There was a lot of support around that. And while this wasn't a result of the survey, OHCS has done additional work with our partners at Neighborhood Partnership around the IDA program. That's the Individual Development Account Match Savings Program. Neighborhood Partnerships is the administrator of IDA for OHCS, and they worked with us and came up with a different package and a different approach to how we're thinking about this particular investment package. So the ask has actually been scaled back from $40 million to $35 million, but it's much more targeted to address the wait list and kind of provide more of a comprehensive approach in supporting fiduciary organizations and getting more support on more fiduciary organizations from rural communities and culturally specific organizations. So we're grateful for the partnerships at NP. And I've kind of mentioned a few times we're integrating feedback from the survey from outreach. Want to specifically say how we're doing that, and partly so our partners know that are listening in, and so you all can help hold us accountable to meeting this. It's something that we haven't done before in terms of integrating feedback in this way, but we'll actually we're putting out a report on how we use stakeholder feedback. So we'll be reporting out to community, making sure we're transparent and clear with them. Currently, as I mentioned, we're in the thick of it, developing and drafting budget narratives. Those that are drafting budget narratives are looking at survey feedback. We are in track changes, in comments, calling out areas where we could make changes to what we were planning to do to align with what we've heard from partners and what we saw in the survey. So those themes are called out, specific actionable feedback will be called out as decision points, and members of our executive team will be reporting back on why not survey feedback was used. So this is new for us. We're going to learn a few things from it. We might not do it quite right the first time, but we're eager to try it and to improve kind of that accountability and transparency in what we're doing. So I might quickly pause and see if there's any general questions before I turn things over to Ms. Bunch to do that deep dive into training and technical assistance.
Council, questions at this point? All right, then we'll roll right into the second part of the presentation.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Chair Hall, Director
Hi.
Bell, and Council, and welcome to our newest Council member, Ms. Nickelberry Rogers. It's really great to have you join us today. For the record, my name is Chelsea Bunch. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I am the Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Officer here at OHCS, and really glad to be with you. I've had the pleasure to lead some of the engagement efforts around our ask for training and technical assistance alongside a fabulous group of staff, and really just want to share a brief update on where we're at with our efforts. Next slide. So before I do a complete dig in, I just want to set just a little bit of quick context on why engagement, right? And why we're actually what we're talking about when we say training and technical assistance. And I mentioned this yesterday in our virtual listening session, focus group session, but really, you know, our budget is a moral document, and it articulates and points to where our priorities and values lie as an agency. And as we build our budget, having the chance to hear from folks about the impact of what we're doing and what we're asking for is critical as we move our budget forward, and actually ensures that we're meeting the needs of Oregonians in this state. And I think over the last several years, as we've listened to and engaged with our partners, we've definitely heard, and I think it's been shown earlier in this presentation, really the increasing need for more resources to support organizational health and wealth, so that our partners can actualize their missions, really truly serve community. And I think while as an agency, we've got some smaller, more program-specific investments in training and technical assistance and capacity building, we haven't yet made a larger, more enterprise or agency-wide ask in this way. We certainly believe it's the right time for an ask of this nature. And because something like this is really new for us, we also believe that it's really critical to engage and listen to our partners on how we actually do this. So we all have a lot to learn here. Next slide. Let's see here. Thanks, my friend. So I just want to, I think, remind folks, I think earlier on in the year, I came and talked a little bit about our connection with the Racial Justice Council in this work. And so I want to just really take a moment to note that really our engagement efforts around training and technical assistance is very much so aligned with and supported by our work with the Racial Justice Council. I shared this before, but just a quick reminder that all state agencies within the enterprise kind of state government system are working with the Racial Justice Council to integrate racial equity and engagement at the earliest part of our agency work, which is really the budget build process. And again, just really restating that our budget is the moral document, right? Perfect time to be early and really thinking through how we're weaving in what we're hearing to actualize our budget. In 2021, the Racial Justice Council, and I'll note it as the RJC moving forward, just to be mindful of time, but was codified in state statute via House Bill 2167. And within that codification, it actually requires state agencies to engage with tribes, Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and Asian Pacific Islanders communities as a part of the budget and policy development process. A part of this work also includes completing a racial equity impact statement, or a REIS, that articulates the impact of programs and policies on tribal communities and BIPOC communities. I think the last thing I want to just note here is that this work is also supported and aligned with a statewide DEI, or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan, that came from the Department of Administrative Services, which was released in September of 2021. So I think that that's important context as we kind of move forward with our time today. Next slide. So, and this is really echoing, I think, what Nicole shared earlier, but, you know, as we continue to develop and refine our training and technical assistance ask, the engagement piece has been actually a pretty critical piece of this work. And certainly with respect to the full ARB, but definitely within this ask for training and technical assistance, we've been able to lean into a few different objectives for overall engagement. So, you know, transparency is key, right? So we need to be sure that the folks who are going to be impacted by the decisions around this particular investment and all of our investments actually have early access to developing plans and information in an ongoing way. We also really need to seek to understand in ground truth what we think that we've heard thus far, and really build on what we already have heard, because I think oftentimes we in state government tend to keep going back out to folks and say, tell me the thing, give me more feedback, give me more information, when we've already done that, but we actually have to listen. So we're really trying to work on building on what we've already heard from our partners. And specifically, we really want to hear from tribal communities and BIPOC communities to understand how best to push investments in program design forward that really explicitly call out racial disparities. And I think part of the reason for this is that historically and currently, I really believe that tribal communities and BIPOC communities are oftentimes very much so under-resourced, and at the same time are working in the midst of crisis, the pandemic, the wildfires, and are also working in communities who are experiencing some of the deepest housing disparities. And so a focus here is really, really critical. And I think lastly, it's just really important to lay the groundwork for ongoing co-creation and really minimize what oftentimes feels like a very transactional dynamic between state agency and community. And what we really want to center is that this is ongoing, and we actually can't do this work without you and without our partners. Next slide. There's a lot of stuff on this slide. I know you all have access to it. I won't go into every single point here, but I want to just elevate a few things. So what is it that we're talking about when we're talking about training and technical assistance? Generally, it's activities that are designed to achieve specific learning objectives or resolve issues, foster innovative approaches. It can encompass many different activities or investments that actually support organizational health and wealth. And I think as we've been listening to partners over time, we believe that building community capacity is actually the right thing to do. As a state of Oregon, that we really need organizations to be positioned successfully to leverage all the different resources that come our way in addressing the housing crisis. We also know that communities are really best served by organizations that reflect them, and that we should be investing in those organizations. And I'm really talking specifically about BIPOC-led organizations here. As we engage with partners, we're really interested in understanding from them what they believe the role is of our agency to play around training and technical assistance. we certainly know we don't know everything. And so this is really the opportunity for us to listen and to learn. And really, of course, really focus on what has worked and what definitely has not worked. And this really, I think, is the cornerstone of our engagement efforts around training and technical assistance. Next slide. So just a quick bit on what we've done thus far, again, really focused on T and TA. And we are deep in the middle of engagement as we speak. So we actually have a survey that's really specifically focused on training and technical assistance that has gone out to partners. It will be open until July 5th. And we're really encouraging all of our partners to please check it out and fill it out because it really will help us think through how we do and how we shape this investment that is new for us. And so this is the opportunity for us, much as possible, for folks to share their thinking with us, to gather specific ideas and understanding of specific needs, and to the opportunity for us to utilize what we're learning to inform how the investment actually iterates, how we iterate the investment over time and in terms of future implementation. Our tribal liaison over the next couple of weeks has got a couple of different smaller group meetings with our tribal partners to really understand, to really have the opportunity to understand some of the specific needs that tribes have regarding training and technical assistance. Certainly, we've already heard, and I really want to be clear about this, that really an important piece of this is that these funds really need to be as flexible as possible, and we need to ensure that tribes can lead the way on what they will use the funds for, and that we will listen to what tribes say. They need to be invested in as opposed to us telling them what to do with it. And we also, I think we noted earlier, we held a very specific, culturally specific focus group listening session just yesterday, to hear specifically from some BIPOC organizations on what works and what doesn't work when it comes to capacity building. And it was a really, really wonderful session. A ton of thanks to Councilmember Lee for joining us yesterday in that space. Next slide. Just a few highlights. There was a lot, and I'll be very honest here. We are still looking at all of the notes. We have a ton of different notes that several of us were taking literally in mid-session. We have not gone back and fully looked through and gathered all of that feedback. But I think just a couple of early highlights and things that I think are really resonating for me is that, sorry, I just lost my train of thought here. Really just how important it will be to have ongoing engagement and really to continue to create spaces to hear specifically from BIPOC organizations on what works and what is not going to work in this investment. I think a huge takeaway, there's lots of takeaways, but a huge takeaway, certainly for me, was this piece in the green box. And I actually think that this speaks to an earlier conversation with our affordable rental housing team, is that an investment in training and technical assistance is great. And it actually has to be a part of a larger plan that really truly addresses the challenges that the status quo, I think that our current system has, that oftentimes perpetuates and certainly reinforces inequitable housing systems. And so we have some work to do to think through not just the specific types of needs that we need to ensure can be met by this fund, but we actually have to think about the system changes that will need to happen to make these investments actually meet needs that organizations are navigating. That was really huge, I think, for us, and it's going to really call us to lean in to really understanding where those very specific barriers and challenges lie. So just a quick example, a point that I think keeps resonating with me from yesterday is, if we're, putting out dollars out into community, but folks don't actually have access to land, right? The training and technical assistance is not going to mean anything if we haven't yet addressed how people actually get access to said land. And that's a super specific example, But it's something that I think we need to be thinking very intentionally about as we set this investment up. So we have lots of noodling to do about that. And certainly we'll be incorporating that as we think through this narrative and this investment ask. Next slide. So just a little bit on what's next. Like I mentioned, we are in full review of feedback, and it's still coming in, which is really wonderful. And I think what we are really aiming to do is really actively refine our ask around training and technical assistance based on what we're learning in all of our different engagement efforts. This also includes really a deep understanding and a walkthrough of a racial equity impact statement to really understand what some of those unintended consequences are for what it is we're asking. And that really kind of leads me back to that big takeaway that I just shared a second ago. We are going to be sharing, I think Nicole mentioned this just a minute ago, but we will be sharing an update on what it is we learned and how we are using what we've learned to actually change and shift what it is we're asking for. So it's going to be really important that folks know that we are really truly utilizing the feedback. If there are pieces of feedback that maybe we are not taking in, then we need to be really clear about why that is. And so we believe we have the opportunity to do that here. To Nicole's earlier point, that's a new way of working, I think, for us as an agency. And so, we're going to learn. This is really truly an opportunity for us to learn how to deepen the engagement that we do as an organization. So I know I'm certainly very excited about that. We're also going to be sharing an update here in a couple of weeks with the Racial Justice Council Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee, specifically on engagement efforts with training and technical assistance, but also on what it is we're learning as we walk through the racial equity impact statement. I think one of the most important pieces in all of this is closing the loop. So again, I mentioned we'll provide a summary of what we learned and how we're using it, but also this is just the beginning of engagement. And actually, our hope is that signaling towards future opportunities to engage and to continue the conversation. We are hopeful that we will get what we asked for around training and technical assistance, and it provides us the opportunity to come back out to say, we've got the money. Now let's think about how what the best way to get those dollars out the door is that will actually be meaningful and help really meet the needs of the organizations who are doing the deep community work. So that was a lot. I appreciate your gift of time to listen this morning. And I want to pass it back to Nicole to close us out and then open it up for some questions.
Thanks, Ms. Bunch. And just want to put a fine point on it. Really, the agency request budget, it's a long process and it's the beginning of the process. There's a lot more work that comes together as we look forward to getting what is ultimately programs and resources in community. Of course, we've gotten really great feedback so far from our partners on our agency request budget. There's a new governor coming in that will have their own footprint and imprint they'd like to put on our request budget. Housing is the top issue on voters' minds, so we very much expect the next governor will care deeply about housing and want to be part of the solution. And then, of course, we have 90 legislative partners, and they have their own ideas they hear from community, their own vantage points that they hear from community, and they are ultimately in charge of the purse, so they will well allocate resources. So I do want to encourage all of our partners on the line to be sure to be engaged with your local representative, your local senator, and make sure they understand how important housing resources are and how and what type of resources work best in your community. It's really important that they hear from folks on the ground. And lastly, it's not over when a bill is signed and the resources are in our shop. It's important that we continue to work with you all, and it's a commitment of this agency to continue to work with you all as we develop programs. And also, I might add, it's hopefully a point of accountability to this group to help hold us accountable to working with our stakeholders and working with our partners. So much appreciation for the time today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, council questions? Anybody? Well, Councilmember Lee.
Trying to give space for anyone else to jump in. Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Chelsea, for the information. I am wondering if this is or is not the appropriate time to reflect on the process to date and talk a little bit about that, because that is a place of great interest and importance for me, that we talk about the process to date and how moving forward. And for me, it's almost more important at this point than the actual suggestions in terms of the POPs and the legislative concepts and all of those kinds of things. I know we're trying to do some things new here. I think we've missed some opportunities. I'm concerned about how that might play out when we get into the actual talking about the budget. I'm also, in some ways, I feel like there's a different role for the council to play, and I'd like us to be able to talk about that before we get further into the new governor and that process. So having a chance to be able to talk about that is pretty high on my list. And then the other thing are just, again, they don't need to be answered now, but on the to-do list, when are we anticipating we're going to get a final report on the statewide housing plan? Nicole, you talked about how it was really a guidance for staff to be able to think about what new concepts and where we want to go. I would really love to see all of that data, and I know it's voluminous and I know it's going to take time, and we just finished the fiscal year. I would like to know and get that on our agenda, because I think it's a really important place for the council to re-engage with that. Secondly, I want to make a comment about the technical assistance and training piece, Chelsea, that you talked about. I really appreciated the people who participated in the listening session and also staff effort to make that happen. I am concerned that we don't have a plan that talks about how we're going to do this work if we don't get this new additional money, because it's not optional to me to do some of the things that people were talking about. And it means actually rededicating current resources from where they are now to the new places that are going to support racial justice and equity. And I want to be super clear that the fact that we don't get new resources doesn't mean that we don't do the things that we have all said are values to us, and that our partners in the community are telling us they must have in order to be successful partners with us. And I haven't heard that discussion. I don't think that that's a lack of thought about that. That has to be lifted up specifically. And, Nicole, as you say, we don't always get what we ask for. It is likely that we're not going to get everything or all of what we asked for. I hope that's not the case. And either way, we got to talk about what is the allocation of current resources to take on these issues. And I'd like that to be broadened, not only in the housing arena, but on the community services side as well. We have to have an overall racial justice agenda. When we think back to the statewide housing plan, we really didn't have a lot of activities there because people, rightly so, said they needed to learn, they needed to grow, we need to understand ourselves. Where now, Chelsea, you are coming forward and saying, here is a path forward and an agenda of action, which we didn't have for the last statewide housing plan. What is that? How does it cross both sides of the organization? And where does it take us using both existing resources as well as asking for the new resources? The last thing, actually two last things, is when will we see the racial equity impact statement for the OHCS budget? I would very much like to see that before it's finished in its draft, and I would like the council to have to struggle with some of the realities that are going to be reflected in that impact statement, and own it and be accountable ourselves as a council to it. So I just want to put that in there. It's not just a staff responsibility, it's a council responsibility. And then finally, the budget is, the budget is super complex. It's hard to figure it out. You've done a good job of soliciting feedback from community members. I wonder if we could not realign or reformat the way we're talking about our budget and the way that we're presenting the budget to align with the themes we heard from stakeholders. So we heard themes about flexibility. We heard things about being convener. We heard things about stability, consistency, all of those themes that were just shared, can this budget be sort of represented in a way that aligns to what we heard from our community partners and members? Not that we get rid of the statewide housing plan agenda. However, I think it'll help us understand overall, how are we responding to the feedback that we've heard that isn't just simply people were okay with what we proposed, or people liked what we proposed. Here's what we did in response to what we heard. Right? So that it's really a two-way street. And Nicole, I know you said we're working on it, and I love that graphic. If there's a way to do that in this go around, it'd be great. Thank you all for all the effort you've made to make sure that council is informed and is participating in this. And I look forward to debriefing and learning and looking towards the next one.
Thanks,
If
Councilmember
I
Lee.
may make just a couple of comments, because I appreciate all
Sure.
of that, and I know we're over time, and I'm looking at your eyes, and I know we're over time, so I will be very, 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 very quick here. But I appreciate, first let me just say, I appreciate the council engagement and feedback. I appreciate specifically some of the very tangible, specific things that Councilmember Lee just raised. These aren't answers, but they're things I want to just put out there for council to sit with, because we need you, and there's more things, more specific ways that we need you. And so let me just say, first thing, on the statewide housing plan outcomes and sort of where we're at with that, we have been talking and wrestling with this for actually quite some time over these past few months. And one of the areas that we have been really wrestling with is how much the agency has actually evolved and our work has diversified since the creation and the establishment of the plan. So we have areas where we have specific metrics and goals, and we're close to meeting, we're close to exceeding those goals. But then there's all this other work that we've done in service to the people of Oregon that has nothing to do with or is not specifically represented in that plan, and how to appropriately package it up. I think as I'm listening to your comments, Councilmember Lee, one of the things that it resonates for me is that's an area where we need advisement from council, where we can sort of say out, sort of put out there, here's the everything, and then how do we want to move forward together with that? And so I think it's helpful to sort of come up and hear that. And I think just to be actionable about it, we can certainly bring that back for council feedback, because we have the information and have the feedback. The way that it presented may not be the way that it's optimally that we want it, but that's a starting place. And so, but the work has happened. We would love to debrief and talk about the process. I think we have some feedback, we have some needs, and we know that there are feedback from council. So we can certainly maybe talk offline with council around the best space and time to have those conversations, because we're still in the midst of the process. So it's not too late to curb and change certain elements, particularly around engagement. And then the last thing, kind of last two things, is one of the things that we are working on as part of our budget is the story of public impact. And let me just say something, and sometimes we find ourselves in a place where government doesn't always do the best job at telling the story of public impact. And so you have 1,300-page documents and all of these things and very important components. But the story of public impact, the story to the people of Oregon, the story to people in the community of like, what's happening now? How is my community going to look different? Gets missed. And so I think that as we finalize our budget, both we are thinking about ways that we can start projecting or providing some forecasting on what outcomes we expect to see from this. Like, what do we hope, like actually put that down into tangible things. But I think one of the areas that we want to engage council in, which is different and new and appropriately so, is the story of us with this budget, the collective story of us. And so that is the work that hasn't been done. And I think as we talk about the process, as we talk about the next steps ahead, as we talk about how we collectively represent ourselves in this, how council represents and speaks to this, I think that is the work that has yet to be done, is really the story of us as part of that 23-25 budget. And so we love to create some space and time to have that conversation, and would invite that in a public spaces as well. So just want to put that out there and appreciate the feedback.
All right, then. Next. Does that conclude the legislative agenda presentation?
It does, Chair Hall.
Great, thanks so much. Now we move on to another pilot program that really excites me, Housing Stabilization Division, and a proposed rent assistance for youth pilot program.
Hello, Chair Hall, members of the council, and Executive Director Bell. This is Mike Savara. I'm the Interim Chief Programs Officer. I'm going to jump in. Director Smith is unable to make it today. Central Regards is not feeling super well, so we are going to be taking on the fun task of briefing you all today on this exciting program. With just sort of a quick look at our time, I want to make sure that we're kind of moving forward. We're here today with Assistant Director Dressen, as well as several of our key community partners. So I'll be kind of walking us through a little bit about the Rent Assistance for Youth program, or RAY. So I'm going to share my screen here, see if we can get this up and running. All right, can I get a quick thumbs up that this is full screen for folks? All right, thank you so much. So great, thank you so much for hanging in here with us all today, everyone. I know it's been a long day with lots of really exciting updates, and we're really excited for you all to get a little bit of a glimpse into the process for where the team has been hard at work establishing this exciting pilot program. So I'm going to move us forward and kind of get us into the flow of things. So we'll introduce a little bit of the team here. So we have Jim Evans, the Interim Executive Director from NOHA, as well as Melissa Sansala, the Policy and Strategic Initiatives Coordinator with the Housing Authority of Washington County. So we're really excited for our partners to be here to talk a little bit more about their visions for this rental assistance pilot program. Wanted to just ground us before handing it over to the team around the statewide housing plan. As Assistant Director Sting mentioned before, this program, I think, sits in a really interesting spot for us to think about how we can build sustainability and start to integrate some of our values that the statewide housing plan brings into actual investments into communities. So you'll see the team talking about their engagement strategies and really trying to think through the approaches that they took on around how this program can uniquely build in a racial justice and an intersectional approach to thinking about the causes of youth homelessness and who experiences homelessness as youth, and really what their different needs are. So I think this is a really exciting opportunity that the team took on to take a really good look at the data sets and sort of the lay of the land, and then build a program that's designed specifically based on the data and on the needs that we're seeing and hearing from community. You're also going to hear a lot about engagement during the presentation today, and really the actual engagement with people with lived experience, as well as compensating people with lived experience for their wisdom, for their expertise as they provided us that feedback. So just wanted to take a second to ground us there around this type of a program being sustainable, being something that's helping us get out of the chronic emergency motions that we've sort of been in, and helping us to think more about what community needs in the long term, as well as building in other assets that folks need, such as work support, individual development accounts, and other types of key support. So with that, I will pass it over to Assistant Director Dressen for her to dive in more to the details.
Thank you, Assistant Director Savara. Executive Director Bell, Chair Hall, and members of the council. For the record, my name is Lauren Dressen. I am the interim housing retention manager, and I use she, her pronouns, and I'm really excited to be here today at Chair Hall. I share your sentiment. I'm very excited about this program, really excited about the work that we've done and the vision that our partners have. And so I just want to, I want to spend the majority of the time talking about what we heard from youth, but just to ground us in what this bill is about and sort of just kind of set the landscape a little bit here first. So this program is based off of House Bill 2163, which is an investment of $4.5 million for a pilot program to support individuals who are 24 and younger and are transitioning out of one of the following situations: foster care, active homelessness, behavioral health or treatment facilities, or corrections or detentional facilities. The bill also called out specifically that in our pilot program, we must provide services in one urban, one rural, and one coastal area. Despite what the name says, this is rent assistance as well as case management and supportive wraparound services. And so it really is a full-blown investment in each of these youth to provide the services that they need to be successful. Next slide, please. So as Assistant Director Savara mentioned, one of the cool things that we did that was a little different is that we actually pulled together a team from across the agency. So we had members of our communication team, data and research, community engagement. And so we pulled all of those folks together with program from the get-go and really grounded everything that we did in program design in a lot of data, a lot of research, looking in Oregon data, looking at national data in areas where we maybe didn't have a ton of data. And then also really setting a lot of benchmarks for the types of community engagement we would do, and had a lot of kind of personal requirements as a team of things that we needed to do before we were comfortable moving forward with our selections for providers, as well as some key program design decisions. So I want to hit on this, and I'm going to say this is not all encompassing of all the data that we looked at or that is important here. We wanted to hone in on a handful of populations that, although it isn't called out in the bill itself, that we recognize that these are very common trends in all of those systems that I mentioned before around foster care, correctional facilities, treatment facilities, and those who are actively facing homelessness. There is a lot of similarities in who are being most affected in those different systems. And so I thought it was very important for us to call that out here. One thing that really struck me is when looking at those youth who are interacting with the Oregon Youth Authority system, so either currently in a correctional facility or on probation or parole, that 75% of those youth have a diagnosed mental disorder. And I thought that's a pretty significant statistic, and why those supportive services are going to be so key for youth in our program. Additionally, just to level set here, approximately 2% of youth in Oregon identify as Black or African American, while 13% of youth who are in the Oregon Youth Authority system identify in that same way. So a significant overrepresentation in that population. And then same thing with our, when we're looking at our foster care system, American Indian Alaska Native youth make up about approximately 1% of the general population, but are making up nearly 5% in the foster care system. And so, and these are consistent when we look across those different systems, that we are seeing overrepresentations among both Black and African American youth and Indigenous youth. The other group that we really saw when we looked at national data is nearly 40% of homeless youth are part of the LGBTQ+ community. And so that is another group that we've really focused a lot on, looking at a lot of data, and some of our engagement has really been focused there as well. So we also, I think one other thing to mention here is the compounding effect. Some of the youth, many youth will be touching multiple systems here, and the compounding effect of touching those systems. The other thing is the intersectionality between these groups. If youth are in multiple populations that are overrepresented, there's a compounding effect on those youth. And so I just wanted to ground us there. This has been a really important part of program design and the team's focus and how we moved forward. I'm a reformed data nerd, so this is how I approach program design, and how my team has really, we started with finding the facts, and then we went out and we talked to folks. So next slide, please. So I'm not going to read through all of the community partners we talked to, but we did a whole lot of community engagement. We got out there, we asked people what the barriers were, what the challenges are, what are we missing, help us find our blind spot, was really the big question that we asked every space we went into, is please tell us what we're missing. And so we had a lot of really great conversations with a
wide variety of state agencies, community-based organizations, just a lot of different groups. But what I want to spend the time here is on the youth focus group. So we were able to hold this 2 weeks ago. It was amazing. I'm glad that we held on moving forward with some decisions until we did that. And I'm really glad that we did. And I want to preface this by saying that what I'm going to share, these are not my words, but I have been given the privilege of bringing forward the words that I heard from the young people that we spoke to. So I'm very honored to have that opportunity to advocate on their behalf. One of the things that I noticed that was not said aloud was the level of resilience that the youth had. I'm going to try really hard not to cry. The resilience that these youth had, and I really think it's important to recognize their resilience, but also recognize that this program is to make it so they do not have to always be resilient. I think a lot of times we think of youth as kids can just get through anything, and these youth have certainly proven that, but this program is to give them a break from resilience. So I just want to make sure that that is heard very clearly here. The other thing that I heard, and I think it's something that we miss in programs a lot because we're thinking about, well, we're getting a roof over your head, and that's the point of this. One of the things that we heard was treat yourself, and that's a direct quote from them, is that there was some youth in this group who had been homeless for 7 years, and they were placed 18 months ago in a unit. 2 teenagers who are living alone in a unit together, and they said we had more freedom to do kid things like go to the movies with our friends when we were homeless than we do now. Every dollar we have now goes to being an adult and paying bills, and that's something that really struck me. That how important it is for this population to still kind of get to be a kid. And so I wanted to bring that forward, as well as that's something that we heard very clearly from them, is that they don't get to do the fun things as much as they used to, although they're very thankful for the safety and security they have of being housed, that there was some loss there for them. The other thing that we heard a lot was how desperately they needed mentorship on basic things like how to turn on a gas stove or how to pay your electric bill. Those were things that they didn't know how to do, and they're having to figure out alone. And so that's something that's a really, I think, going to be a key component of this program. You know, when we go when we go statewide, when we get that investment, that a mentorship model built into this program is going to be really key for the younger youth who are figuring out how to pay their bills, cook their own food, budget for groceries, all of those things. I think a mentorship model will be really important here. The other thing we heard a lot about was isolation. Being in a camp where you know the person next to you, and then being pulled out of that and placed where you are, you don't know anybody. And they talked a lot about isolation, how it's scary to be in a unit by yourself and you don't have any of your chosen family around you. They talked a lot about chosen family for youth who have been removed from their, you know, the household that they grew up in, that they have a chosen family of friends, and being removed from them was really difficult. So to be open and flexible in the housing choices that we offer to youth, and being respectful of chosen families as well. And the last thing that they talked a lot about was individualization and story-based model here, listening to youth and really, really tailoring services for their individual needs was really important. They all had different needs in the group that we talked to, and they said that is the most important thing when offering services, to listen to them and never take a one-size-fits-all approach. Next slide, please. Very quickly, project timeline. We are in the agreements with providers phase, so we are pretty on schedule here. And one of the things I do want to point out before I kick it over to Alyssa Sonsala is that engagement is going to be something that is always a part of this program. This wasn't checking a box at the beginning of program design. This is going to be something that will be built into this program to continue to do engagement with youth and providers going forward. So with that, I will I'll kick it over to Jim Evans, actually.
Thank you, OHCS and everybody that's here. This is the opportunity to work with this team and on this initiative is a combination of overwhelming and also just incredibly exciting. Just a little bit of background, the Northwest Oregon Housing Authority covers the region of Clatsop County, Columbia County, and Tillamook County. So I think we're the coastal representative in this pilot. We think based on the amount of funding that's available, we'll be able to serve 15 independent youth. Our expectation is that there's a significantly greater need than 15. But I think as a pilot and getting things started, 15 is where we're going to start. I want to say, as a housing authority, we recognize what we do well, and we also recognize what we don't do well. And we want to really focus on the things that we do well as it relates to helping these individuals get and receive and secure housing. But as it comes to the services that they need, the things that Lauren was talking about that are, those wraparound services, we want to make sure that the people that have the greatest access to all of those services, the community-based resources that currently exist, that they're tied into those and that they're receiving that expertise, and that we can use and leverage our experience as a housing provider to link those services up and make sure that the individuals in our relationships with landlords can help secure and preserve the housing once these families get placed or these individuals get placed. We have 3 service providers currently identified, and we think that there might be 1 or 2 more that we're going to be adding. But we're looking at Clatsop Community Action, the Columbia Action Team, and Care Incorporated as the 3 right now. And really what we want to do, HUD's Emergency Housing Voucher Program that came out as a result of COVID required us to really sort of re-engage with our community partners. And for decades, we've had relationships and working relationships with these other partners, but we haven't really been an integral part of each other's operation. And that EHV required that. And we're really looking to leverage and build the experience, the capacity, the relationships that have all been built over the last couple of years into making this program successful. As Lauren was talking a little bit about program design, I've had the good fortune over my career to work with a number of different communities on a number of different initiatives, all of them around affordable housing and pilot type programs or demonstration programs, getting to operate really the country's largest and most successful housing mobility program, where we took families living in inner city public housing, if not entirely, predominantly African-American women with children, and helping them by providing pre-move services along with post-move supports to be able to move into high opportunity neighborhoods where those kids were able to move from schools that were underperforming or really essentially a place, a warehouse to keep kids during the day, but no education was being provided, to schools that were blue ribbon schools and high performing schools, and seeing kids earn scholarships as they've progressed through the process. I've worked with prisoner reentry programs and pilots and research projects, served on a statewide permanent supportive housing program, and the actual hands-on, in reach going into the state hospitals working with the families to help them identify housing and then line up the supports that they need so that they can stay successful. And I think that that's the model that we're looking at with NOAA, to be able to say leverage our program experiences, our expertise, our ability to deliver rental assistance, and also provide access to those community-based services that are really going to be essential to the individual success long-term. So, Lauren, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Jim. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so I'll take this one. My name is Melissa Sensala, and I'm the Policy and Strategic Initiatives Coordinator for Washington County Department of Housing Services. I feel like we're all a broken record, just really excited about this program. So I'll go through sort of what our vision is for implementing this and rolling it out. Our goal is to serve 40 independent youth, and we will cover both rural and urban areas for this pilot. We are structuring this based on our existing supportive housing services, or SHS, rent assistance programs. And that's a program that's funded through our Metro Supportive Housing Services Bond. And it pairs really tailored services administered by partner service providers with long-term rent assistance that's administered by the Housing Authority. So like Jim said, really taking the expertise of the Housing Authority on the rent assistance side and the expertise of the service providers with our partners. And that SHS program also has a really extensive homeless referral system that's been built out. So there are just a lot of entries into the system, so individuals have more access. I also want to call out that our SHS programs, and in turn this program, since it's using that model, have a really strong emphasis on administering these services through an equity and racial justice lens. I asked Janine Smith, she's our housing justice coordinator, for some high points. So I just want to make sure I'm giving her credit for these talking points. Just a couple key points that she sent me. Our SHS programs center equity and racial justice at the start through our RFPQ process, specifically for culturally specific organizations. But going beyond that, we've also presented culturally specific organizations with an additional $50,000 per fiscal year to assist with their capacity building, so that they have the extra funds available to build out their capacity to reach out to and serve these underserved populations. And we are also in the process of forming a cohort for culturally specific organizations that is meant to be a space for an opportunity to speak openly about what's working, what's more challenging, what we can do collaboratively to really to move the bar on this. So that's the environment where we're nesting this Rent Assistance for Youth program, and where we will build out a specific strategy to make sure that we're reaching and serving underserved youth populations with this program. Our SHS program already has established contracts with 2 service providers that serve youth, that's Home Plate and Boys and Girls Aid. So we'll be embedding this program into those contracts because those are already existing and moving. And then in addition to the existing SHS rent structure, we're going to hire a few key staff internally with this program. And we're really excited about this piece. So we're going to hire a coordinator to supervise the program, a temporary accounting assistant, just someone to help cut checks, and then a housing counselor. And the housing counselor will work internally with the rent assistance side of things. So documentation, unit inspection, the voucher piece of things, but with partnership with the case managers from Boys and Girls Aid and Home Plate. So the housing case managers with those nonprofit providers will do the retention work, but we'll make sure that we have that connection back into the Housing Authority side. We're estimating that about half will need long-term assistance. So that's assistance with no time limit and actually neither of them have time limits, but we estimate that half will need very long-term rent assistance, but we're estimating that half may just benefit from rapid rehousing. We've found that with youth, a lot of them can benefit really quickly from stabilization and then just really basic, I don't want to say basic, really tailored assistance with finding employment or finding that education that they need. And moving out of housing programs a little more quickly than the really long-term 5 to 7 to 10-year program. Our model will also include moving costs, application fees, furniture, debt payoff, all of that sort of thing. The other thing that we're really excited about is because we're embedded in Washington County, we have a close partnership with our juvenile justice department, our health services department, behavioral health services department, and we do plan on coordinating closely with them. I've heard specifically from our juvenile justice caseworkers that they are really excited about this program. They've talked to me a lot about the intersectionality of their youth who are coming out of OYA, who also have behavioral health issues, or also have experience in treatment facilities, have foster care history. And so they are really focused on how needed this is. They've told me that providing youth with a safe place to live when they're coming out of Oregon Youth Authority is just an absolute key to success for these kids who just need some stabilization as they're transferring from one setting to another. And I've also heard that more and more they're seeing that as youth are aging out of the foster care system, they're uncomfortable with the stigma that comes with the extended care after they hit 18 and are choosing, sometimes choosing homelessness instead of that additional DHS support. And so these caseworkers are telling me that they're just really excited that this is a different alternative to them, and that this transitional time makes a really, really big difference. This 18 to 24-year-old transitional time can just be the step that a lot of these youth need. I could go on again, just a lot of excitement on my side about this program. So I want to thank you all, and I'll turn it back over to Lauren.
Thank you so much, Jim and Melissa, for being here today. I think hearing directly from you both is, that's where we're getting into the meat of implementing this. So thank you so much for being here. Chair Hall, do we want to do questions from the council first, or our questions to you all?
Why don't we open it up for council questions first and then take up yours? Okay, council members, Councilmember Rogers. The floor is yours.
Had to find the right button to unmute myself.
Sure.
But this program sounds very exciting. I appreciate the work that has gone on to pull it together, and that specifically targeting youth who are aging out of the foster care system is something that's needed. You all talked about, the different types of support to provide to them. I would challenge you to consider partnering with either a credit union, or I know Chase Bank has financial literacy programs. I mean, it was interesting when you mentioned how, they don't know how to pay their bills. One of the other questions that I have is, will this be, say, an apartment specifically for, the 15 youth or the 40 youth, or are they going to be just housed wherever it's open?
I can say that for Washington County, we're modeling it after more of a housing choice voucher type model. So it will be open to the private market, public market. Because the SHS program is funded, and this is modeled on the SHS program, so I always refer back to it, is funded locally, we have so much more flexibility in that. And so we are also open to more flexible housing options like paired housing, having a roommate, that sort of thing. Those are options that we can look at. It doesn't have to be limited to, the federal model of so many people per bedroom size, that sort of thing. So it's pretty flexible on our side, but we're not envisioning one building for 40 youth or anything like that.
Okay.
That would be the same for the 3 coastal communities as well. I'm not sure that we have 15 places all in one place right now as far as availability anyway, but
Okay, well, the other thing then that I would like to add to have you consider is to include an additional type of assistance to have the group of 15 or the group of 40 be part of, I don't know, they're a special group, so that there could be, that would be their new community, to make them not feel so isolated, so that maybe once a month there's a potluck or a meet and greet or something to give them an opportunity to have some other peers, if you will, that they could communicate with. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. One of the things that we heard from youth, and this was at a short-term housing place that they had all been in at one point or the other, and they really talked about that's like home base for them. Even if they're living in different places, they come back for drop-in services or day services, just to connect with other youth that they maybe shared a room with there, that they've developed a relationship with. So they definitely called that out specifically, that's their family, that's their chosen family. And so coming back to home base to connect with those folks, even if they've moved on, was really important to them.
And if I could just say, for the again, using the mobility program that I operated for a long time, we did a series of workshops with families that were sort of like a lunch and learn, hour and a half long, things like on budgeting and how to pay your bills and shopping on a budget, preparing healthy food on a budget, things like that. But because we were moving families out into multiple areas where they really were not familiar at all, the issues of isolation became even greater, because you took people that were living in concentrated urban areas all together, maybe with family down the street or in the same building, and then putting them out into more suburban and rural type communities. That issue of isolation was real. And one of the things that we would do is, much like you were suggesting, we did monthly and quarterly kinds of events, look to get the parents, the children, and others involved. But the one thing that happened when they were taking their sort of pre-move workshops and working through things before they got their voucher to move, they were sharing phone numbers with each other and creating their own little network. And then the other thing that we did is we started hiring peer counselors and having people that have already lived that experience be able to help engage and explain the program and help people understand that it's not quite as scary as it might seem.
Chair Hall, it'd be great if there's other questions from the council.
Yeah.
Love to hear more feedback and questions.
Yes, I'd like to recognize Council Member Higginbotham.
Hi, first of all, I want to say thank you. This is an awesome project. I can't wait to see the results of the pilots and, just see how youth are being moved forward in a really positive way. I had a couple of things that I wanted to add. One really was a question, and Lauren, maybe I can reach out to you later. I just wanted to better understand some of the results of the youth sharing units. We've been talking about that in our own agency about, what the advantage of that is and what maybe would be the disadvantage and what pitfalls and some suggestions that you might have. So I think I'll reach out to you if you don't mind and see if we can have a conversation about that. And the other thing is, you know, when we're talking about financial literacy, Ready to Rent, all of those trainings that youth need. Many of the community action agencies are also housing resource centers or HUD certified counseling agencies. I know that ours provides financial literacy free of charge, Ready to Rent classes free of charge. We would love to connect those youth with asset building programs. And I know that a lot of the other HUD counseling agencies would really, I think, step up and do that same thing. So just remember that there's another resource out there that really, really wants to engage in youth and understands that, you know, what if we can get some of that training, some of that basic information out to them, not only will it give them that information, but it also gives them another ability to build some camaraderie with other youth. We are starting to do training with multiple groups of youth, and it really has turned out to be pretty positive. So just wanted to throw that out there as an opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. That's exactly what we heard. And just some background, I worked in education before. I worked in education programs, and camaraderie is like one of the things that we heard that was so important in education programs and in this group too. And so building that into this program, I think, is going to be key for their success, having their own community, especially if they're being removed from the one that they've been in.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I'll just start by saying thank you to Jim and Melissa for joining us. I really appreciate the chance to hear from the people who are operating the programs directly about your perspective and approach. So thank you for that. I am going to raise a number of comments and concerns. I don't expect a response back today because I want to give people a chance to think and, just mull over. However, I do want to be clear that I definitely want a report back from staff before we move any further with this program, because I have that level of concern about what I heard today and what I read in the briefing memo. So I want to be clear, this is not about individuals. This is not even about individual programs. This is about the agency's approach to what is an incredibly important and incredibly needed program. So first of all, I read in the briefing memo that we chose our two partners, the two housing authorities, and I'm curious to know how the fit to the program goals were assessed. Because when I look at the data and the facts that were presented to us, the need for culturally specific providers and programming was called out in terms of the data collected. The need for mental health and mental wellness expertise was called out and listed in the facts. And I'm just not sure. I know housing authorities are amazing organizations, and you do soup to nuts for the folks who are living in your housing. And you are likely the first ones to tell us you are not mental health consultants. You are not BIPOC community organizations, nor are you homeless youth providers. And I want to call out that distinction very carefully, because as I have learned over many, many years of deep engagement in homeless youth systems of care, there is a particular cultural competency that has to be attended to work successfully with young people up to age 25 or 28 in this, name that we call homeless youth. Simply putting young people who have been homeless or displaced in some way, or are re-entering society and the community from some kind of jurisdictional responsibility, and putting them into existing adult-focused systems does not work. Expecting the adult system to come down on top of the youth and morph in a way that will be successful for that young person does not work. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of data, and I think we have to question this, which is not, again, I want to be so careful to say, I am not questioning these two housing authorities, and I appreciate you both stepping up here. This is on us as an organization and agency. So I want to know how we assess the readiness and the competency for two housing authorities to work with a homeless youth population and all of the other demographics that were just shared with us about the facts. I'm also curious about how did we go out to collect the feedback? And I'm sure this happened and we just didn't get to hear about it, but I'd like to hear it. How did we compensate the young people and the culturally specific providers with whom we engage to get the feedback for this project? It is always important to me that when we say we've talked to these folks, we've asked them for their wisdom and expertise, that we also understand how we compensated those individuals and organizations for their wisdom, for their expertise that we are benefiting from, but they are not, because they're not getting contracts with us and they're not necessarily getting funding from us. So it's very important to me to do that. Following up on that, it would be helpful for me to understand how the program design that was just presented to us is reflective of and addresses the feedback that we heard from people. So I heard a number of things about being able to, be in a peer group for families of choice. I didn't hear anything that said this is how we planned for and designed the program to specifically address the feedback that we heard from young people. We said we heard it, but I don't see, and I'm sure this is just, I'm not seeing it. I would love to get educated how we changed the program that we started with based on the facts, right? So we talked about, we had the facts, and then we went out and asked people what they thought about the facts. I want to know what we heard back and how it impacted the actual project that we put out there. Finally, or second to finally, there is a robust system of homeless youth services across this state. It's not great, it's not perfect, it's not enough capacity. I do not see a significant reflection of our engagement as an agency with that system. We're doing the joint project with Department of Human Services. Some link to there, I'm sure it's there, but having referenced that, there's a whole homeless youth and transitional youth program there. How is that linked in not only with the listening sessions, but with the ongoing work that the two housing authorities are going to do? I wonder again about the IDA program, the Individual Development Account program. We should be leveraging and layering all of the programs that we have. There actually is a youth-focused portion of the Individual Development Account program that we fund on the other side, right? So there's just so many questions I have about this and so many red flags, I'm going to say, about how we really actually centered the lived experience and wisdom of young people who are transitioning out of systems or who are homeless in the design of this project and the funding of this project and the execution and implementation of this project. And I would very much like to be educated, because I know you are all there with the right purpose and intent. There's no ill intent anywhere. I just have some deep, deep questions about it and would love to be educated next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Any other council feedback at this point? Okay.
Maybe just one thing, Chair Hall, I would say. Yes. I think, first of all, thank you to our partners. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to be here. And it always means a lot when we can have our partners here to be able to hear sort of the specific texture of the partnerships and how that's going to happen. What I would suggest is that we take this back and I think have some internal conversations and probably have some follow-up with council members and bring this back with some optimizations and some conversation back before moving forward with the program as it's proposed right now. So appreciate the feedback. Thank you for this conversation. I know that there's a lot of excitement, appropriate excitement generated around this. And I know that there's a collective commitment to want to get this right. And so let's do that.
Sounds good. All right, so I guess that brings us to the close of this agenda item. And again, I want to join in thanking all the partners for this presentation and a very spirited discussion. So the final agenda item is not for discussion, but just to call to your attention, if you didn't have a chance to go over it in the packet before the meeting, is what I found to be a really interesting memo on staffing demographics within Oregon Housing and Community Services. So I believe that brings us to the close of our published agenda. Executive Director Bell. Oh, Councilmember Lee.
Sorry, Chair Hall. I think this is the plan, but I want to confirm this, that at next month's agenda, we actually will get to hear the presentation on the staff demographics that is in the packet and be able to have some conversation about it. So I just want to confirm that. It's amazing data.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Lee. You are correct. And just collectively for council members, you may recall that 1 or 2 meetings ago, we had this on the agenda. It got boxed out. We had other business items that took precedent at that time. We do plan on bringing this back in the August meeting, perhaps at the top of the agenda, to deeply engage in this and to have some conversation, some unrushed conversation. And so we're looking forward to bringing that back in August.
Okay, any final parting words? If not, I'll say, wish everybody a great 4th of July weekend, and we will see you in a month. Bye. Thank you all.